My surprise, it's 9 o'clock already. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I'm looking for a couple of yeses. There we go. Well, guys, what a morning so far. So, there's actually almost too much happening. Just give me one moment, okay? First of all, take a look at this SPY action, guys. I mean, remember 423 was a 200-day moving average, and until yesterday, it was moving down, down, down. I got down to about 409. A little bit of a recovery the last couple of days. Had FOMC yesterday. After hours, it got through the 200-day moving average. Remember, it's at 423, and now here it is. I'm willing to bet that when it got down to 409, you could have made a lot of money if you had bet somebody. I think in 4 days, you'll be right back up to the 200-day moving average. Anyway, so this is a massive move, and we've got a ton, and I mean a ton of earnings plays. Impossible to get to them all. Non-earnings plays first, just to take a look at some of the ones that are moving. PBLA, a lot of volume, 8.8 million shares, 62% up. Not even sure. Yeah, there's some publication of preclinical and clinical data in type 1 diabetes. Okay. Um, and OLID is one of those crazy SPACs. I mean, look what it got to. Got up to $37 in the pre-market, has come right back down, still up 41%. There was one other one, the CLLS from yesterday was pretty active. It's still up 17%. I'd keep an eye on it. The longer it holds three, probably could be pretty good. But now, guys, earnings plays, man, oh man, just a ton of earnings plays. So where to begin? Well, take a look at the disaster. This is CFLT. This is an absolute disaster right now. 37% down on earnings. You can see the reaction was after hours. The mauve area in my 15-minute chart, that is the after hours action. And it is still moving down from there. That is CFLT. LMND, Lemonade, LMND, earnings play. Big cap up, excuse me, up 21% on earnings. FSLY, up 21% on earnings through the 200-day moving average. Roku, another one, big pop up on earnings of 18. I mean, these are big moves. 123 million in the float to move 18%. That's a big move for Roku through the 200-day moving average. Palantir, PLTR. Stock boy, okay, I'll actually answer your question right now because you asked that yesterday and I couldn't get to you and then you left. So I'm just going to pause for a second. Somebody asked yesterday in our YouTube room, and but this is what we have for options. Now, if it can help you trade options, great. But this is what we have for options. Excuse me. So we have the put call ratio, option volume. That is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, put and call volume today. This is sort of the key metric, option volume today percent. So if you're looking for an option scanner, I mean, we don't scan. We don't have nothing to do with the Greeks. Okay, nothing to do with decay. Nothing like that. But this at least will show you stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of options. Okay, so for instance, if you use option today per volume today percent, this is as a percent. Say you put 300% as a minimum ratio of three. That would mean that say a stock that has normally traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. Today, for you to see it, if you put 300%, it will have to be trading 15,000 three times. That's the extent of our option filters. Okay. If that helps you trade options, great. Okay. So to continue, Dash, another earnings play. Dash is I mean, there's just so many guys. So many. All these 0.25s or minus 0.25s. In fact, if I just do a little sort, you can see all these earnings plays right here. Look at them all. Look at them all. And then on the way down, the same thing. Look at them all. More on the way up, less on the way down. Sedge, another one. SEDG, another earnings play on the way down 14%. Real mention Crocs. Crocs is another earnings play. Massive gap down 11. Well, actually, it was a down. It's actually bounced quite a bit. Bounced $7 so far. Look at all these earnings plays. Man, oh man. Now, Affirm is not an earnings play, but somebody mentioned that it had something to do with Amazon. Amazon to unveil a buy now, pay later option for Affirm for owners of small businesses. Okay, so that was so. This is not an earnings play for Affirm, AFRM, but some news regarding Amazon. Here it is. Okay, so as Real said, getting closer to that $20 level. Shopify earnings play. So Real, you weren't here, but I actually took this. This was on a excuse me, a channel break for me anyway. For me anyway, as a 57. I took it at just underneath 57 on the short. Got down to 56. I'm not in it anymore, of course, but I decided just to test that out. A little channel break on the top. CVNA, there's another one. Seem to be way above the channel. For me, a channel break would be about 27.89. And this is not CVNA, Carvana. This is not actually, it's an earnings play after hours today. After hours today. Sophie, I don't think Sophie's an earnings play. It's just one of those ones that people follow. It was an earnings play October 30th. FSLY is also an earnings play. FSLY is an earnings play. No, Jamie, it isn't. I just can't show it. It's on another charting program, and I've been forbidden to show it. How's that? So no, hopefully we'll get these channels that you can draw them on the charts also, our charts. But FSLY, another earnings play through the 200-day moving average. I'm hearing Moderna, guys. mRNA. Is this an earnings play for Moderna? It is an earnings play, yes. So wow, big earnings play for look at this, 75 down to 64. Um, no, PBLA, I think, did I mention PBLA? I think I did. Yes, I mentioned PBLA earlier. Um, Crocs, I don't think I showed it. Crocs is an earnings play. I did show it. Yeah, it had the bounce. Yeah, it had a big bounce. I mean, there are a lot of other earnings plays, guys. So if you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is sort on the earnings date column. Do a double left click on the column and then scroll down, and you'll see all of these earnings plays. Look at them all. Anything in a minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means this morning. Look at Roku. Holy smokes. Look at Roku. Now, this probably was at a top. No, it wasn't actually. Not for maybe a little earlier, top of a channel. Boy, Moderna sinking quickly now. I saw that Uber was up also. I don't think it's an earnings play. They have earnings in 3 days. I think Uber is just moving with the market. Ah, so I guess maybe the settlement is less than they thought it was going to be. Uber and Lyft to pay $328 million to settle New York wage theft claims. $328 million. So Uber pays 290, Lyft pays 38. Did they think this was going to be a lot more? Well, a firm now over that 20 mark. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, I don't know. Okay, now there's the Affirm. Affirm now a little bit underneath 20, 1989 right now. So let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. Let's see what happens there. See if there's anything interesting. Do anything. I mean, it was already down so much. CFLT, I'm hearing must be making another new low. CFLT, what a disaster today. Roku's got a couple of upgrades, I believe. No, I'm wrong. Take a look at, well, Roku's got an upgrade to $75 from 58. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Get some of the downgrades in now. Much bigger list of downgrades. One moment, please. So a bunch of downgrades, not a bunch, but 3 downgrades for CFLT, CFLT, another one that's being kicked while it's already down. Downgrade for Moderna from Deutsche Bank. Yeah, there's so many in here. I can't get them all in. Pcore, a couple of downgrades. Pcore, wow, let's take a look at PCOR. I see what the downgrade price is. First of all, let's see if it's an earnings play, PCOR. Yeah, so it's an earnings play, but it's already at the 55 level that they're downgrading it to. Wow, look at PCOR. What a move down. Again, there's so many stocks to look at, guys. Sedge, Pcor, Peloton. Peloton's going to zero. I shouldn't say it like that. PTON is an earnings play, 465 now. You know what? Take a look at the- Some of them are getting back to the 200-day moving average. Okay. My guess is that, of course, XLE is above, but let's take a look. So clicking on new from our channel bar, click on doc channel bar, clicked on show more, sector status. So first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors where the market's in for a huge rip to start. Look at the SPY, little pullback right now, but I mean, this SPY is just this is one of the biggest days I've seen in a while. So every sector, as would be expected, is a positive. Positive meaning, well, first of all, what you're seeing here, XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. So when you see 78% in green, that means that 78% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. Look at SHOP now. SHOP is making a new high, pre market high. So what I really want to see, though, I want to see, I'm going to go over all the sectors. XLE, I want to see where they are with relation to their 200-day moving average. XLE should be above it now. You can see just barely above it. You can see there's that blue line right there. Wow, CFLT just continues down, getting kicked. CFLT earnings play. Just want to take a look to see where is almost an all-time low right now. Almost an all-time low. All-time low looks like it should be here. Probably 1660 is the all-time low. So let's take a look at retail now. XRT, where is it? Compared to the 200-day moving average, still way below, way below. No rally yet for retail. Consumer staples, XLP, same thing, no rally yet for this one. Healthcare, XLV. Remember, if we're keeping score, yeah, I mean, a little bit of a rally, but still well underneath the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Right now, XLE energy barely above, a little bit of a rally coming into, but still, quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Remember now, the SPY is above the 200-day moving average now. Financials, always a big one. XLF, take a look at XLF. Again, rallying towards it, but still quite a bit below. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Aha, look at this. So this is getting closer now. Consumer discretionary. Take a look at utilities. Yeah, so rallying a bit, 54 up to 60. So it's kind of rallying a bit. Materials, XLB. still quite a bit below. And then the two that are going to be definitely above XLC, can't even see it. You have to, there we go. So there's that rising 200-day, but look at this moving away. And the XLK should look virtually the same. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but yeah, virtually the same. Closer to the 200-day, but again, moving away. So as we speak, there are only three of the major sectors. XLE barely above the 200-day, but XLK and XLC both above. And of course, the SPY being heavily, I guess, more heavily weighted in communications and tech. That's why it is above. Well, it's always a good sign, Mo. You know, it's sort of one of those barometers that is, well, it has to be the most watched technical indicator out there. The 200-day moving averages for stocks, sectors, etc. You know, I mean, in a very simplistic way, above good, below bad. I mean, in a very simplistic way. All right, guys. Roku makes a soundbar? Really? Didn't know that. I've had a Bose soundbar for years now. Still performs extremely well. And these things are indestructible. I just don't need Roku. All right, guys, we are getting closer, about 6 minutes to this open. I'm just let's take a look to see if there's any. I've sorted on the earnings date column. I mean, there's shakes. I mean, there's so many guys. It's impossible to go over them all. But again, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is just sort on the earnings date column. So let me show you what I'm talking about. The obvious thing to do at the beginning is to sort on the change from the close. Excuse me. So these are the stocks. Now, this OLED, yeah, I mean, this is just a blank check company doing a crazy thing. I mean, it's still up 52%. I don't know if they've decided who they're going to be merging with. Okay, so that's the deal, guys. Okay, so they're going to be merging with a company called Syntech. So if you don't know what a blank check company is, basically it's a company formed, people put money into into the blank check company, usually around $10. Well, it opens at 10. Look at CFLT; it continues to move down here. So they put money into this company, and then what they do is then they search for a company to merge with to take private, or sorry, to take public. So it's usually a private company that they're going to look find, and then they're going to take that company public. So it's an easier way for that private company to go public. Kind of skirts a few. It's a little bit controversial, but I guess it's here to say they really exploded. This whole idea of doing this really exploded in 2018. So that's 5 years ago. And so this is what happened. So the merger with Syntech was approved by shareholders. Now, when it starts trading as Syntech, I don't know if that has been established yet. Yeah, almost too much to watch, you know. I mean, it's it's just I mean, I love earnings season. This is probably the could be the biggest day I've seen for a while with a number of companies. And this is not an entire list. This is just these companies are the ones that have met my filter requirements. There will be more. You have said that a few times, Draw. Is there one yet? A spark, as you call them? Oh, it's coming. Okay. Do you know what the difference is? Maybe put it in the general market talk. Do you know what the difference will be between the SPAC and the spark? Oh my goodness, CFLT. This is now an all-time low. CFLT, and now it is an all-time low. Remember, I said I think over here was the all-time low, 1660. So it is now below that. Wow. I mean, I know I love these ones that are an all-time low, but 42% now, 42% down. Might be just a little too much. Sometimes I'll take these right off the bat if it comes in my 10-day daily breakdown, which I'm sure it will. BWA, the Borg, another one, another earnings play, guys. I mean, look at Borg Warner, BWA. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. This will be super exciting. Now, let's see if this market can hold this massive pop it's had in the pre-market. I'll get rid of these. I get set for this open. Again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I know I run the risk of having something run on me immediately, but I also have seen way too many times that stocks are very, very volatile in the first 15. Hard to put a stop for me anyway. James Howard and the retail traders. Good morning. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's see what happens. Remember yesterday, I didn't get anything in the option activity scan until after 10 o'clock. It was very late, but once then we just got a lot piled into it. So there's Roku. So anything you see here, these are making new highs, not necessarily taking out in the pre-market highs. Boy, well, look at Roku. I mean, 69 up to 72. So just like I said, guys, CFLT probably was going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. And here it is. But it's down like 46% already. See, here it is right off the bat, 1554. I mean, if you could have got it at 1554, great. And now it's 1481. Now it's 1475. Wow. Okay, for you AMC players, a little pop off a 10, a 1040. Keep an eye on the CLLS, guys. I mean, this was the huge one yesterday, of course, was up a massive amount. Um, you have to read the press release from yesterday. A lot of money seems to be injected into this company. And the high over here is a 298. So it's above that high. The next high looking left is 330. And that's for the CLLS. If you're looking for a non earnings play, DXC, I have an alert set for that. I'm not sure why. Earnings play, okay, didn't really see it in the pre-market. I don't think it really traded much. Well, that's why it didn't trade much. Released earnings after hours, hardly any volume. So there's the CFLT actually halted on the way down. Yes. What a disaster. Pitney Bowes, PBI. I wonder if this is an earnings play. Sure. This is an earnings play also, PBI. PayPal's an earnings play. It looks like, yeah, it's giving it up though. PayPal's an earnings play, PYPL, but it is giving it up now in a big way. And it's moving counter to the market. This has nothing to do with the market. Look at the market. First opening 15-minute candle. So far, we're only about 4 minutes in. But look at PayPal. PayPal moving counter to the market right now. PYPL. William, what are you telling me? Take Sedge right off the bat? Oh, I see. Yeah, this is on a pop. Wow, 64 to 69. Can't do it, William. I can't do it. You have no idea the demons inside my head that will not allow me to do it. This is an earnings play also, guys. AWRE, very cheap one. AWRE. LSEA, is this a, it is not. LSEA, this is an earnings play. LSEA got halted and then resumed. LSEA, untradeable. Ah, look at the spread right now, 831, 899. So it's basically untradeable. The Borg, BWA, look at this market. Ooh, AI. Well, AI was, I know Real mentioned this one earlier. AI was in jeopardy yesterday uh, of taking this area right here. You had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and even and yesterday, 6 days right at this level. Key level for it to try to hold. And so far it did. Awful looking daily chart though. I mean, to me, way too choppy, but having a day, not an earnings play. You'll tell me, is Kodak having a look at Kodak, KOD? Remember the nonsense about Kodak? Boy, Affirm is still strong. It's still over still over 20. I mean, it looks to me like it's coming into a lot of resistance in that 2050 level. If you look left on the daily chart, but it did have some news. Silk. Why do I have these are created that on October 24th. Let's see if it's relevant still. Aha. You see what's at, so yeah, I can see why I put it. So here's Silk, guys. I can't remember what happened here. Wonder if this was an earnings play. No, that was October 10th. So that I don't know what happened here to Silk, but got hammered down. Not an earnings play. November 8th for earnings. Look at this market. I know I'm going to keep saying this. Well, maybe this move will attract more traders into the market. Now, November is typically a good month. December is usually a good month for the market. And we're certainly starting off gang of busters. Well, I saw Crocs had a huge bounce already in the pre-market. Is it bouncing even more? Yeah, what a bounce. I mean, look at this guy, 71.81, $10 bounce. I'm starting to see a lot of these huge bounces on these stocks that have been beaten up early in the pre-market. I'd have to figure out a way to trade them. It's not typically my style. Mm. Yeah, Joby is an earning play, actually. Joby is an earnings play. Did notice that. I think was through the 200-day moving average also. Yeah, so Joby through the 200-day moving average, earnings play, lot of volume coming in, big float. It's a big move for this company, 379 million in the float to move 23%. Peloton, don't tell me it's bouncing. PTON, yeah, it's bouncing. Looks like it's actually gone positive. DoorDash, after chopping around a little bit, DoorDash. Boy, look at the position in lifetime range. at the lower end, 21%. What the heck was this? This must have been huge during the pandemic. Yeah, that's what it was. $256 right back, pandemic. Cheap one, ULCC on the move here. Not an earnings play, ULCC. Now this has a little bit of room. The next high in the daily chart, 365. FinFad forever. I remember you talking about Joby for several weeks, but you know what? You never know. I know in retrospect, you should, holding through earnings would have been awesome, but you just never know. It's a gamble. So Nary guys, in Nary, this is an earnings play. NARI. This is an earnings play on the way down. Yeah, so you're right. This OLIT is OLIT. This is halted right now. So this is the halt price for OLIT. This is the potential open, 1710. Nothing spectacular from the close or from its halt price. And again, this blue screen you're seeing here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Lemonade, guys, LMND making a new high. LMND earnings play. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1511. So, wow, it's got some room. LMND's got some room. LMND getting close to my 15 minutes now. But you liquidated again, FinFan. You liquidated because it had earnings, right? You just never know how that could have gone. Okay, it looks like the Borg is having a bit of a yeah. Look at these moves. 31.53, $3 pop. How to predict? I suppose with the market being so robust now. Wait a minute, we don't want to see this big topping tail now. And there's the OLIT now. It is trading. Highly, highly, highly risky. You just even have to look at the spread. Even Fubo is having a day. FUBO, even Fubo. It's an earnings play also. This looks so messy though to me anyway. Looking left on this daily chart to try to waded through all this. All right, BCRX. Okay, this is also an earnings play, guys. BCRX is an earnings play. Even Nicola is an earnings play, NKLA. Look at the bouncer Moderna. 62 to 70, guys. Moderna is an earnings play. All right, we are 15 minutes in. So now what I'm looking for is something that might be basing a little bit. I'm not going to chase anything. I'm just looking for something that might be basing a little bit. Look at lemonade just ripping here, though. So what I'm looking for now is on my 10-day daily breakout to see if anything that triggered earlier has really not moved that much. So take a look at Palantir, PLTR. So yeah, PLTR. The alert was at 1791, but look at all the resistance. Look what it got to. Got up to what 1830, and you look left, and there's 1816, 1824, 1844, 1840, 1822. This whole area that seems to be the block. Okay, well, we had a little bit of a sell-off from the SPY, a big topping tail there, but next candle is still green. Boy, look at DoorDash, dash, dash, dash. Again, the next high looking left is 92.61 on the weekly chart. Ooh, now this one's interesting. This is earnings play, guys. So take a look left. Excuse me, we're at 33.30 right now. The next high looking left is 33.32. 33.24, yeah. So this takes out 33.22, which it's, basically at right now. This could get rolling. It did get up to 32.50 this morning or earlier. It's been very choppy though. Big bottoming tail. Another earnings play, BAX. All right, we have our first in the option scanner, guys. Lemonade, LMND. The problem is, you look left, that line there is telling you where the next high is on the daily chart. So we're very close. We've got a couple. Just give me a moment. So BAX is just in that area now, BAX. Yeah, it's been pretty choppy. I'm gonna have to reset that alert. Maybe even take out the, the high, which is around 33.50. All right, looks like CLLS is a no-go, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm in the backs, guys. In the backs, BAX. Pretty good fill, 33.42. Let's see if it has any sort of legs now. Look at a firm. Holy smokes, it's still ripping here. It's going to make a new high of the day, AFRM. Okay, guys, back's on the move a little bit here for me. There's the pre-market high, 33.70. No, I see this was also an AI alert, guys. Didn't realize it. RAI right here, 33.17, 33.54 now. Wow, look at the OLIT. Oh, I know, hard to hold, but Penn is an earnings play over the whole number now. PENN over that whole number. Yeah, this is I think it's pretty tough to short right now, guys. I mean, this mark, even these, you think some of these ones that are been moving huge percentage increases, but they're continuing to move. But Z, with that news about price fixing, I guess, commission price fixing, still as an overhang for Z, and it is moving down. This is an earnings play also. So had a pop in the pre-market on earnings, but again, I guess because of that overhang, the next low looking left is around 32.43 for Z. And this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys, the Z. And Z, the other one you can look at also is ZG. I don't quite know what the difference is, different classification, but ZG and Z. Let's see what trades more. 253 for Zillow, ZG, and Z. So this is the one. I mean, way more volume for Z. I'm just watching Z to see if it holds underneath 35 right now. Okay. Wow, look at Roku. Okay, so if the SPY is up, is it a good idea to short stocks? Well, it's that's too much of a blanket statement. I mean, obviously there are going to be stocks that look way overextended, but with the market moving like this, pretty tough to try to find a top. It's almost I'm certainly not good at it to really try to find a top. It's one of the hardest things to do to find bottoms and tops. I'd be more inclined, look at Roku right now. So you might look at Roku and think, well, look left, might be coming into resistance. I mean, the next high for Roku right now is 73.89. And then if it takes that out, then 75.45. Not saying it's getting to any of these levels. We're just looking left on the daily chart to see where it could go before it hits the next high. All right, guys. Okay, let's look at Fox A. Fox A just over the whole number. It is an earnings play. 30, it's got room. I mean, it's got some room. 31.66. It does have some room. Another one that has just bounced. I mean, look, this is down to $28, right up to 31. So that was pretty negative to begin the day, but it has bounced. So it's actually gone positive now. Okay, I'm out of the backs, guys. I don't think it's going to be dynamic enough for me. So, okay, nothing great. VIX. I'm watching Z again. If it had that pop over 35, little pop over 35. So we're kind of running counter here. I mean, it had earnings. Obviously, the reaction to earnings was good for Z, but this overhang of the commission fixing Certainly, that's what happened here that day. Paramount is an earnings play. PARA is another earnings play. 1191, little bit of room to 1191, but so what is this market going to do? We've got a big topping tail, opening 15-minute candle, smaller one the next one. All right, guys, taking a short on the Z in the 80s. If it gets back up to 35, I'm out. 34.83 to be exact. Okay, so, and I'm doing it because of this. This is the alert I had. It popped a little bit above 35, waited, and now I'm in it. So we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Carvana continues to move higher. CVNA, I mentioned NARI earlier, earnings play. NARI continues down. Wow, this probably dropped $3 since I mentioned it. All right, that's what I like to hear. A few grunts here right now, guys. This is my my sound alert for the breakdowns is the pig sound. This is what I'm talking about. Properties, actions, pig. So the more grunting I hear, assuming it's for Z, the better for me. Wow, look at this nary. Oh man, guys. This is about a $5 move since I mentioned it. Okay, 6. So this is the one that is supposed to be merging with or buyout by fund. Is that correct? 6 and fund. That was from yesterday. So this is an earnings play for it, and it's trying to go negative now. 6. All right. Every time I hear grunt, 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 another new low for Z. These- Okay, guys, covered some. I've covered some of my Z. Okay, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts, looking to see if there's anything that's interesting there. Oh, look at 6 now, guys. So 2108 was the alert, so it's at 2082 now. I'm not in it, but look at the room it's got. Again, I think this is all to do with fun and 6. Is that correct? What's fun doing? An earnings play also, but I don't think that has that much to do with it. So both of them moving down, fun and 6 moving down. Oh man, is right. I'm getting okay, guys. Zed really working out nicely for me. I know I've taken some off. 45 from 80, 83. Next low looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it's 32.43. So it still has about $2 to that low. Not again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Meanwhile, Dash and Shopify continue to move higher. Thank you, William. Just waiting to see how close they can get to 34. Okay, guys, I have taken most of my Z off now, getting closer to 34. You know me. I always have this fear it's, 34 will stall it, but look at this. That's a great, great, great move from the 10-day daily breakdown. And at 10:30, I will be going over a lot of information, including how you can take part in the test drive that's coming up on Monday. And today's Thursday. You'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. Okay, but I'll put the link in, and of course I'll talk about all the other information you can find on my homepage, including all of the scans that I am sharing. Okay, just have a piece left just in case it takes out 34. I have my doubts, but we'll see. Yeah, listen, I mean, I have a question. I prefer the 15 versus the 5 for day trading. Yeah, it's all personal preference, right? There's no right or wrong. Wow. So what you're seeing here, this is the repeating version. This DR stands for don't repeat. I'm actually sharing all four of these scans, the two don't repeats, and then the repeating version. So this tells me the first alert was at 9:53 plus 48 seconds for Z. That's Eastern time. The alert happened at 35. You can always go back in time and say, well, what happened after that? Now I can see over here, this is the repeating version. Every time Z makes a new low, I would see it. But sometimes maybe I miss one. For I don't see the alert for some reason, I can just click on the alert right now. So for instance, for BCRX at 523, what has it done since there? So actually, it didn't really move, did it? 523 got down to 521, and now it has popped as an example. So you can use this like a watch list. You can trade in either direction, even though this is a suggestion to short. But you can, if you are a bounce player or like to find tops, you can use it. You can use this also to do that. Doesn't have to be trading in the suggested direction. Okay, I'm definitely all out of the Z now, guys. At 34 level, yeah, it broke down just a little bit below it, but all right. Well, we finally have a red bar in the SPY. Will it wipe this? Wipe this out? We're still up a lot. I mean, SPY is still up a lot. Kodak. Okay. Well, KOD. It's an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. It has earnings on the 8th, but what are they saying here? First time presentation. Okay, so I don't know how they exactly transform themselves into a bio, but anyway, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this Kodak? No, I'm sorry. So this is not, I'm sorry, this is not Kodak. I was thinking of Kodak, like as in the film. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I should know that. KODK. So this is Kodiak Sciences. All right. Meanwhile, Tempur-Pedic, TPX is an earnings play. Tempur-Pedic, TPX, or I guess it's Tempur Sealy now. Very choppy. Very, very, very choppy. Not interested. VET is an earnings play, guys. VET is an earnings play, and look at the room. So we've got the 200-day moving average is at 1350 or so. So that could block it. If somehow that gets taken out, 1284. So VET is an earnings play. I think Revolve is an earnings play. RVL, well, I know it is. RVLV is an earnings play also. RVLV, another earnings play, maybe coming into a bit of support around the 12.27 mark, so about 20 cents away. This is a nice one I'm just noticing from our AI, STAA. This is an earnings play. The alert was at 36.99, $35 now. That's from our AI, which I'll go over in about 13 minutes at 10:30 Eastern Time. So Shake Shack, it's still up for the day, but fading. Barely up for the day, okay? But it is fading, Shake Shack, SHAK. How do I know that? Well, take a look. So earnings plays down, okay? So if you see something in green, but position in days range, it's almost at the low of the day. So look at CAR, KAR. So if it's in green, it means it's still up for the day, barely up for the day, up 27 cents for the day, but at the low of the day. That's how this is all color coded. And on the flip side, you can see KTB is down for the day, but near the high of the day. KTB, you can see it's still well down for the day, but near the high of the day. It is, big bounce play. I know not what of you guys are speaking about with a new Beatles song. Maybe it hasn't reached Canada yet. Well, lemonade, guys. So the next high looking left is 1533 on the daily chart for lemonade and also the 200-day moving average. So 1521. Now this could stall it. Lemonade, LMND, this could stall it. Lots of, whoops, how many shares available at Interactive Brokers? All right. So there are, all right. So there are 295,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short or LMND. So there are certainly enough. And the reason, of course, I'm looking, look at this 1521. What did it get up to? Got up to 1518. The 200-day moving average is right there. That could stall it. Remember, this is a stock that's been in a huge downtrend for several months now. Yeah, it's having its day because its earnings up 37%, lots of volume, 18 times normal. Well, Mr. Two, it's hard to believe we shorted shop in the pre-market now, isn't it? Look at it now. I mean, it's just ripping. Just a trade. I know. Just a trade. Market's just too strong. You know, that sort of a trade probably would have worked a lot better for more. Obviously, if the market had been down, but the market is just so strong. So here's your lemonade, guys. Again, LMND coming right into that 200-day moving average again. 1524 got to, and 1521. So it broke just a little bit above it. Boy, look at, I mean, here's your alert. Here was the original alert for lemonade. Just a little bit before that 9:45 for me, 1448 up to 15. And there is that code DIAC, not Kodak. And there, how about Alpine? What did it do? ALPN 1425, 1399 now. Okay, guys, this takes out oh, I didn't even realize it. This is actually an AI from our AI, an AI alert too, 1479. Seems crazy with the market ripping the way it is. My best trade so far has been that short of Z that I'm out of. Okay, here's another one. This is an earnings play, probably. Let's take a look at Rely. Yeah, this is another earnings play, guys. Rely, an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Where's the next low looking left on the weekly chart? 1824. This has some room. Rely has some room. Okay, now CLLS that I kind of wrote off earlier is trying to come back. Very choppy, guys. Really choppy. Had a big day yesterday. It seemed to have some legitimate news. Lemonade still a little bit of a struggle to get through that 200-day moving average. Blue line on my chart, 1521 is the actual price. Okay, guys, CFLT continues down now after that little bit of a pull up. It's not at the low of the day, but there's the low of the day way down here at 1450. Couldn't get it. Tried to get it at 1571, and the uptick rule got me. They just wouldn't fill me. Lots of shares available, 6 million shares. That's not the issue. All right, guys. Well, this market is still super strong, so it's probably more time to look for longs. Maybe it's a good thing. It just popped up again, so maybe it's a good thing I didn't get a fill on CFLT. Boy, where's the support on this STAA? I have to probably back out onto a monthly chart. 34.41 is the next low on the monthly chart for STAA. If it takes that out, then 28.58. Wow. This is from our RAI short 36.99. Excellent, excellent alert. I think Tandem is an earnings play, I believe. TNDM, let's see if it is. Look at this market. TNDM, yeah, this is an earnings play. Almost an all-time low. Almost. I don't know where the all-time low would be. I have to back this monthly chart out quite a bit, I guess. Well, I'm going back to 2019. I don't see anything. Back to 2018. Who cares? I mean, so it's not technically an all-time low, but probably not a lot of support. Well, Bob, we're in earnings season. That's the reason. Remember, I talk about earnings season, and we are in earnings season, and so many stocks or companies released earnings today. It'll happen again next week also. This is I don't know. I don't know if Thursday is the biggest day. All right. Well, listen, lemonade, LMND through the two or trying to get through that 200-day moving average now, guys. And if it does, I mean, if I look on a monthly chart, the next high is 23. So let's get back to a weekly chart for LMND. And still, yeah. So I mean, we're right at that 200-day moving average. Just got to break right through it. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, KOD is for it. Yeah, big percentage move now. KOD. Well, let's take a look left here, guys. I mean, the next high is 216, so it's a little bit above that. The next high is 214, so up here 219. So I mean, he's got a little bit of room, maybe to mid 20s, maybe. Bear Cave, PRGS. Let's take a look at PRGS. How badly is it being beaten up because of that Kodak guys? Not, I'm sorry, Kodiak. Kodiak. Look at that CFLT. Oh man. I'm trying to get it at 15. Where did I have my things? 1571 on a short, and they could not get the fill. All right, guys, it is 10:33 right now, so time for me to talk a little bit about some of the stuff you'll find on my homepage. But first, the test drive. That worked out pretty well at the beginning. So this is some of the AI alerts. Okay, the test drive. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on Monday, okay? So you'll have from Monday, November 6th through the 20th, that is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service, including what I just flashed. You'll see all the AI alerts as they come in, okay? The only thing you can't do, you cannot auto trade. If you're only interested in auto trading and that's why you want to take the test drive, then don't do it. There is no auto trading, okay? But everything else, just as if you're a full premium subscriber, including some people like to see this. If you click on New and then Market Explorer window, right click, and here are the strategies in the Market Explorer. This is an add-on, the anchored VWAP. This is a $49 add-on, all these strategies, okay, or scans, and that'll be made available to you also during the test drive. So you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. So you can play around with it for the balance of Friday, plus on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So you should get yourself somewhat familiarized to what Trade Ideas is all about if you haven't got a clue about what we do. And I'll show you what I think you should do to, again, at least the bare minimum to understand what Trade Ideas is all about. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. You can sign up for the 1111. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? And that includes anybody who's a standard and we upgrade to a premium. You'll move back to standard unless you tell us, no, leave me there, okay? So don't worry, we do not put you into a subscription. We only do this about 3 times a year. So again, if you're been at all interested in trying Trade Ideas, good opportunity if you think you can afford $11.11. Excuse me. Now, this is a fixed 10-day period. Okay. So if you can only start, for instance, on the 7th, you'll get 9 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. Now, if you do decide to either A, take out a subscription right now, and I'll show you how you can do that, or take the test drive. Just putting my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You will be at the top here. He still hasn't changed my code. I'll have to ping him again. Give me a moment. So this is the code. You cannot use this Barry 25. It has expired. It expired yesterday. You can use, if you want to take out a subscription, you'll have to use Barry 15. Okay, that'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Now, again, you're going to take this test drive. Do this. At least do this. Okay. 10 short videos, download and install your first startup and log in. I would forget about doc layout. Okay, that's more an advanced topic. I don't want, you shouldn't, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. So at least do this, okay? I don't want to hear anybody coming in on Monday morning saying, well, I'm in the test drive. I have no idea what this program does. The first thing I'll do, I'll say, well, take a look at these videos. Give me a moment. I'm gonna find out, how do I get back? Here we go. So that's the get started. If you're new to trading, we have a series of videos that you can look at, about 38 videos. Highly recommended. Okay. If you're new to trading 101, and it's free. I do a stock of the day video. It is free. Trade of the week, probably triggered. I'm sure it is. I know it triggered yesterday. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Now, all I ask, if you decide you're going to take out a subscription at any point in time in the future, just use my promo code. Again, unfortunately, that is not available. We'll have a 25% promo code again for once the test drive is getting probably into the second week. But just use my promo code, okay? You can save my homepage link. Why is that important? This is a free room and we want to keep it that way. The only way we keep it that way is by people taking out subscriptions using my code. Okay, it's that simple. Now, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link. You'll be at the top here. Just scroll down. Here is the middle section. Here are my scans. So these are the ones that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the gappers up and down. Of course, there were tons of them this morning, both up and down with all the earnings plays. This is the halts resumes over here. Momentum scan is right here. The abnormal option activity scan is right here. Okay. And this is the scan that I've flashed on the screen. I'm not trying to hide it. Just don't want to overwhelm the window that I share with too many scans. But I'm also sharing this, the 10-day daily breakout and down. This is in the what we call the doc window version. All four of them are here. But you don't need all four if you don't want them. Some people don't want to short, as an example. So you just pick and choose which ones you want. Okay. And I do have other scans that I am sharing that you can take a look at. That's what I'm saying. Save my link, my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And the education section, which I forgot to go over. The education section, here's our user guide. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, you want a little more in-depth information about what an alert window is, a top list window is, price alerts. Price alerts, I think, are very important. But again, this is a software program. You don't have to learn everything. Don't think if you take the test drive that after 10 days, you're going to know everything about trade ideas. First of all, you don't have to. A lot of the stuff, just like any other user guide, a lot of stuff won't be of interest to you, but but at least know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Okay. At the bare minimum. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to, you know what? Just click on my link again. Easier. So here's the education section again. So here's that user guide I just went over. There's the getting started section again. So daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. This room is open, by the way, and welcome anybody new. Welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. This is nothing special. This is what we've been doing this like this since 8 years now. October of 2015 is when we started doing this like this. And this, of course, will be set up next week just like this for the test drive. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Normally it would be Steve Gomez today. It's Thursday, but he's on vacation. He'll be back tomorrow. He'll take over. He'll do it tomorrow. So Andy will take over for him today. Okay. I think it's a good idea also to head over while I take my break. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different styles of trading. I think it's a good idea to head over and listen to other styles of trading. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. And plus, they also have scans that they're willing to share. And you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my, 100% concentration, I'll let you know. Meanwhile, DT, which I'm sure is going to be an earnings play. Of course, it's an earnings play. Just have to go to my homepage. Okay, just go to my homepage. Well, okay, you're talking about the actual, but just really all you need is the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, that's all you really need. Well, if you click on my link right here, okay, you'll see it. And this is really all you need. Pre-market act. These are the gappers up and down. Okay, these are the gappers up and down. Pre-market actives up. Pre-market actives down. These are the again the gappers that are up and the gappers that are down. Okay, and those lists were full today. Anyway, let's take a look at DT. DT is an earnings play and it's still positive, but moving down. Counter to the market. MTZ, I think MTZ was an earnings play yesterday. Maybe wrong. Yeah, this was an earnings play yesterday. Actually, yeah, this was an earnings play yesterday. You can see the reaction, and now it is trying to get below yesterday's low. So on my homepage, this is the format that I'm sharing right now. The earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down. So if you see this is a a typical crawl that most people are going to be used to. If you see it in red, that means it's making a new low for the day. You see it in green, it's making a new high for the day. And these are all earnings plays. And you can tell right now, 55.45, that means that 55% of the stocks are up for the day, 45 are down for the day. All right. So if you took one of my scans as an example, let's take a look at the momentum scan here, the A window as an alert window, and you're wondering, well, what is it looking for? Well, let's take a look. I'm going to right click on it, can click on configure, click on summary. So there are many screening programs that you can buy out there, many of them. Okay, this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. These are what we call our filters. So, but what we're really good at is real-time alerts. Real-time alerts. So this is a screening aspect of this scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum. The volume the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. All of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. So at 10:48, INFA met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day at 22.75. Okay, so that's why we see this. So if you like the scan, now I am a momentum style trader. I like to see stocks near the high and the low of the day. That is my style of trading. Doesn't mean I chase. Doesn't mean if when I get an alert, I just automatically take the trade. But I do like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. And then my first thing to do is I look left to see what sort of a room it has, depending on the direction I want to go. If I want to short, I want to look left to see, okay, where is the next low looking left? If I want to go long, where is the next high looking left? And I check my daily and my weekly charts for that. That gives me an idea about whether or not I want to take the trade. I have to see enough room that the stock to keep moving until it either hits that next low or next high. Now, you can also, though, remember, well, I'll tell you when I go over this option activity, I'll explain a little bit more detail. But now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, great. But you may not like the price range, as an example. So if you click on the icon, these are the filter values that I'm using. So if I could always change that price from 1, I could change it to 10, keep the 100 the same. If I click on the summary, you see how it is now changed to 10 and 100. So you could take a look at any one of my scans and maybe make an adjustment if you want. If you get used to using trade ideas, you can maybe add a filter, take out a filter you don't like. It's up to you. So this is a template. This is what I like to see, though. Meanwhile, look at Roku, just rip, 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 rip. PJ, where's that PJ? Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So I'm sharing all these scans. You can also see here, if you click on new and then doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. We have a lot of scans in here also. But if you did want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So if I right click now on this alert window, click on configure. Instead of summary, I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay, new high, new high, and new low. The two, by far, the two most popular alerts, real-time alerts that we have. But we have a lot of other ones. Do not get hung up on how many we have. And when I come down to these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. So again, if you're thinking, well, I'm going to take this test drive and then wait a minute, how can I possibly learn everything? Well, you don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So obviously we had to create enough alerts and filter real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. It's maybe an idea just to scroll through them, depending on depending on what sort of a trader you are, what experience you've got, you may see something you like. But do not get hung up on how many we've got. Don't worry. Well, what the heck do they mean by 10-minute doji? Don't worry about it. Okay. Now, the abnormal option activity, SARC. Is that what I'm thinking it is? Yeah, it is. So of course, this is Kathy's. This is the the ETF, the short version of Kathy's ARK, ARKK. So obviously, with technology running, but you can see ahead of that, let's take a look at ARK, ARKK. This is just the inverse of it. So if you didn't want a short ARK, you buy ARK. So anyway, what this is doing is this is looking for abnormal option activity. So because I'm an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, the number one way to find them is using our relative volume filter. Okay, let's take a look at Roku as an example. So it's not the absolute volume that you should be keying in. People say to me, well, I want a list of the stocks that are trading the most in terms of volume. Why? That is not that, well, if you're intraday trading anyway, that is not the interesting thing. The interesting thing is, okay, here's Roku. It has traded 14.6 million shares. That's 9.6 times normal. Okay, so it's not the fact that it's trading 14 million shares. That is 9.6 times normal, though. That's the interesting part of it. Okay, so it's not the absolute number, but relative to what it normally does. And there's more to the math. There is more to the math than this, but to keep it really simple, like what does that relative volume really mean? What is that stock on average traded up to this time of day? It's 10:55 Eastern time on average over the last 10 days. Now that's not an exact definition, but it's good enough. So on average, right now, this is trading 9.6 times that. That's what makes it interesting, okay? Because that's abnormal, obviously. Anything trading 9 times normal, that's abnormal. So that's one way in which to see abnormality. Another way is option abnormality. So this is what I don't trade options, but what this one is looking for is stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So if I look at CWH as an example, now this is just kind of sneaking in here because I have other filters in place. Obviously, I have a price range and a minimum volume and things like that. But what I'm looking for, again, stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So my minimum number of contracts has to be at least 500, and that has to represent at least 1.5 times normal, 150% of normal. So you can see right here, the option volume today was for CWH 4,500 contracts, that is 167% of normal, 1.6 times normal. You'll see sometimes, so some of these will be like 10 times normal in terms of option volume, but that's the minimum. So that's why something like this will show up here. Let's take a look at DT. That's just sneaking in. Again, 158 percent of normal, 2,900 contracts. So if you see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout or down and in the abnormal option activity, I would really pay attention to those stocks. Okay. Now, for instance, look at a Kodiak. This, did this show up here? Yes, it did. So you can see here, Kodiak at $1.90 showed up. And before it finally broke, it finally broke down. Well, broke down. It's pulled way back. But before it did, it got up to 227. So from 190 to 227, if you took it there. If you waited for the 10-day daily breakout at 2, still not bad. But all I'm trying to say is you see the same stock in the breakout or down and in the option activity, or even here in the momentum, pay attention. Again, I don't trade options, but just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally, while looking at their option activity. And then you'll see some stocks in here, of course, they don't trade options at all. So RCS, it's an income fund. Okay. So, but you'll see some stocks in this momentum fund, which is one of the reasons I have it here. That because, some of the stocks are moving unbelievably, they're just not optionable. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 11 o'clock. Super fast morning. Any thoughts on where Roku could I know Real mapped out some areas. I think it's above, but let's take a look. I mean, it's just a matter of, looking left, of course, for me. So on the weekly chart, what's that high right there? 75.45. So obviously it's above that. I mean, nobody is saying it's going to get up here to 88.42, but that's the next high on the weekly chart. On the daily chart, looks like the next high is 78.21. Yeah, 78.21. So I mean, there's possibility it would stall there. I mean, that's all I do, just keep looking left. Where's the next high? If I can't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly. But this is just, a monster move with 123 million in the float. That is a monster move. NSA is An earnings play, of course it is. Doesn't trade options really. I mean, 87, that's it. 87 contracts today. So you're not going to find it over here. So NSA is an earnings play. And the next high looking left, 3076. So it's almost there. Well, I mean, I don't, I mean, this is what I use. I mean, this is my precise order, if you will. I mean, you have to have real-time bid ask, that's all. I don't use level two. I don't care. I don't really get too worried about all this over here. But listen, that's me. Anybody who's listening and saying, well, that's crazy. I use level two all the time and it works great for me. I say, go for it. So CRISPR had this news yesterday, didn't it? And this is an earnings play today, CRISP, CRSP, an earnings play today. So a firm is trying to hold that at 20 mark, and it looks like it's trying to pop off it now. Just one moment. So I'm sorry, guys. So there it is. Our firm trying to hold that 20 mark and popping up. It's wow, it's got room all the way up to 2072. Not saying it's getting there. I understand. I'm not saying it's getting there. Check out the VWAP. It held the VWAP 2001. Well, our AI suggested a short Roku at 74.44. There's their stop, 77.17. Just a word about the AI, okay? This is what you see. Now, if you're going to take the test drive next week, you would just click on new, and you don't have to remember this, but I mean, premium AI strategy trades window. You just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? There's no instruction how to trade these, okay? And you have an entry price, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Yeah, I don't have to get in right at the entry. You don't have to take any trade, okay? Why? And there is no auto trading. Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. But I'll never auto trade, okay? I always want to click on the alert. I want to check out to see what I'm seeing on the charts. I want to also check out to see what is the SPY doing, what's the market doing, in case it's something that I think might be affected by what the market's doing, and then I can make up my mind. Now I can usually size all this up, in I don't know 5 to 10 seconds or so. And sure, if I'm looking at a stock like OMGA as an example, and all of a sudden it goes from 179 to 2 just like that, fine. But that's not generally the case, okay? So I never get hung up on if I do my little analysis and it takes and all of a sudden I want to take the trade and it's 3 or 4 cents from, excuse me, from my entry, or not my entry, but the alert price. I'm not looking to scalp things. And usually, if I take a trade, it's going to have enough room, in my opinion, to run until it hits the next high. Now, understanding that just because I think it could run until it hits the next high doesn't mean it's going to, of course. The simulator, yeah, everything is available, just like you're a premium, like a subscriber of Trade Ideas. Okay. Let me go over the simulator also. So the simulator, this is our simulator, this blue screen here. In order to load it, you just click on New, Brokers Plus, and this is what's going to load. Now, unfortunately, if you are using our web-based version, if you're going to take this test drive and you're using our web-based version, the simulator is not available, and you have some limitations with the web-based version. Okay, so if you're thinking, well, what should I use? If you have a choice, absolutely use the downloadable application. If you have a PC or something, please use the downloadable application. That is the way to go. In order to use the simulator, you just click on an alert. Let's take a look at Crisp. You click on Crisp, it'll show up in the box over here on the left. And then this is a quantity box. You can pick from here, or you can obviously put in your own shares that you want. So let's just do one. Show you how easy it is. So I wanted to take Crisp. Again, this is just in the simulator. Let's take 100 shares of Crisp. What's the spread like? It's not great, but I'll take it anyway. Buy, send, and now you're in. So now you're in the simulator. Now I should back this up if you're wondering, well, how did you get into that in the first place? When you load Brokerage Plus, it'll say not connected. Okay. So underneath in the toolbar, two options, just click on Sim and that'll change it to simulator. If it doesn't, depending on the version of trade ideas you have, it might say account. So just click on that and then this box will pop up, trading simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. Now, at this point, of course, you can manage your trades. If you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real time data. So you don't need a broker. It's got nothing to do with your broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice swing trading or practice trading, you can do so using our simulator. All you need is our standard service. And if I want to exit this trade, all I have to do is highlight. That's why if I were in a bunch of trades in the simulator, I would just highlight the one I want, just go and find it, highlight it, and then flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Or I could or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. These very limited number of hotkeys, but they are there. Okay. You start off with $100,000 in the simulator. And so if you got out of every trade at the end of the day, you'd start off with $100,000 the next day. Now, I understand there is a contest. Okay. Yeah, guys, I just wanted to confirm. So yeah, so that promo code is now changed. It is changed. Very 15 from very 25. Just one moment. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so I am now. Let's take a look here now at the breakouts. So Infa, wow, what a excuse me, what a gap up for Infa. Look at Infa, guys. So I didn't even see this in the pre-market. The reason is it really didn't trade. Look at this, only had one little dot here at 8:15. Didn't really trade in the pre-market at all. Released earnings after hours yesterday. But look at this Infa, guys. Informatica. I don't know where the let's break out on a monthly chart to check to see where the next high is. Wow. Okay. So 2387 is the next high. Too bad on that monthly chart. I wish it were I wish it were up here around 30. But this is one of those stocks that could be watched tomorrow. See if it has a second day continuation off earnings because this is a massive move. Look at this. So the bets were like no bets were being placed ahead of this earnings release that it was going to be good. And this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout right here. So it really hasn't moved that much. Infa 2275, 2287. Come on, market. Don't do this now. Is this Portillo? PTLO. What is this? PTL. Portillo's. So again, look at this one. What a nice recovery for it also. This was actually negative for the day, earnings play, negative for the day. Now it's gone positive. This is a PTLO. Some wild moves, guys. Wild moves. So Real is saying AFRM challenging the VWAP. Take a look at. So I have the VWAP at 2004. So it is through the VWAP. So what are you saying? You're going to maybe pull back to it? Oh, a while ago. You're right. 1104. You're right. No, 1117. Well, look at this one, guys. OGN. OGN, guys. So this is an all-time low. earnings play, all-time low. So let's get out of this trade. Okay, I just wanted to demonstrate. So just click, hit the flatten. And yes, you can trade in the pre-market. Like any other broker, though, you cannot go in at market. You have to go as a limit order, like every broker out there that I'm aware of. So if you want to trade in the pre-market, you can use the simulator, but you have to go in as a limit order, not a market order, just like every broker out there. So here's Prudential, guys, PRU, and it's so up for the day, but fading. PRU maybe fading with the market, though. Look at this market. Look at this resilience here. Remember, this was a red bar. The buyers are stepping in. Time is it right now? 11:19. So it still has a little over about 5.5 minutes to close this bar. KBR. Now, KBR is an earnings play underneath in my opinion, a super psychological number of 50. And another AI alert. AI's had a good day today, guys. Another AI alert, KBR, 5240 on the alert to short. $50 right now. In fact, the only one that tried to short Roku, topping formation it was called, but obviously went the other way still. So, but every other one is either like basically flat or a nice percentage move so far from our AI today. And one of the reasons most of these, look at NVAX, what IMG, and I'm just looking at on. Yeah, so except for this one, NVAX, they're all earnings plays, okay? And I've noticed that our AI performs a lot better during earnings season. That's because you get moves, okay? And a lot of times, when it's not earnings season, you just don't get, and you don't get a lot of these incredible moves. Next week, next week we have, wow, we have over 1,000 companies next week, guys, releasing earnings. And this week we've got over 1,000 also. Notice I'm not talking about Apple. I'm not talking about any of the big ones. I don't care. It's these. Not that Roku is under the radar necessarily, but a lot of these stocks that are kind of under the radar, the day they have earnings is the day they can, just do something crazy, either in the upside or the downside with the big percentage moves. We just have to take advantage of it for the next this week, well, about like today and tomorrow, probably for another 2 weeks. Again, next week, of course, with 1,000 companies. The week after that may not be as many, but it's still going to be significant. So, good time for the test drive. Of course, another earning space. When you say does it accept it? Yes. I mean, you can click on the alert and it'll load into Questrade if that's what you mean. So, for people who don't know, we have what we call an external linking option. So, when I click on an alert like triple R, it automatically is loading into my order entry, and I use Interactive Brokers, and so it automatically loads in there. So I don't have to, I click on a lot of alerts all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type those alerts into my order entry. But we have something called an external linking tool. I'm linked to Interactive Brokers. Okay, so it's just a time saver, and we link with many brokerages. So to answer your question, we link in terms of yes, when you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry in Questrade. No, it doesn't. No, they're only if you're talking about trading using this. No, only right now it's just Interactive, and it'll never be Questrade. I'll have to, they'll never do it for Questrade. So yeah, there's a way, just in general, there's a way in which I don't use this, and even if I weren't, I would always just want to trade from within Interactive Brokers. But this window here is Brokers Plus window. If you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, and I guess now Alpaca, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, notice we've got Alpaca, E-Trade, and Interactive Brokers. If you don't see your broker on there, don't. I have no idea when or if your broker would be added, but I can almost guarantee Questrade or any of the Canadian brokers will not be added. Is Lemonade above the moving average, the 200-day moving average? Do you not have? You have Trade Ideas, Peter. Don't you have a single stock window? I know you asked. I know you have asked questions about the single stock window, and yes, it is. Just a little bit. Fidelity is not there. No, Tim. You don't see it there? Well, I'll just show you. Here they are. We have Alpaca, E-Trade, and Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's it. So anyway, to answer your question, Peter, it's barely above the 200-day LMND, that blue line there on my daily chart. But I thought you have the single stock window. Now, if you don't have the single stock window, but you must have a daily chart, why don't you just add the 200-day onto your daily chart? Simple to do. If you don't know how to do it, I'll show you. But then you have the line. Then you don't have to, if you don't want to use it in the single stock window, you just have a nice visual presentation of where it is. But it's still kind of, it's not really wanting to rip right through it yet. I mean, the nice thing about it, if it really wants to get moving, is that the next high looking left on the weekly is way up here at 17.19. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but and we're talking about lemonade, LMND. I recall you said it would directly add the price quote to the order entry of the broker by clicking something. Not sure I know what you mean. When I mean, when I click here, when I click on a symbol, it's going into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. And of course, I see all this, because everything is linked. I just, with most brokers, all your different windows that you can have, you can probably, I don't know how, I can't remember. I used to have Questrade a long time ago, but I mean, you can link all your windows together so that when I click on an alert, sure, it's going into my order entry, but it's also, going into here. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. All right, guys. Okay, and now there's the lemonade. It's come right back. Now let's see if it wants to move. See if it really clears that 200-day area. Yeah, I have linked Interactive Brokers with the tool. Exactly. Not through here. Nothing to do with this. This is just the general tool. Tool external linking, and it's linked Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's just and you can do the same thing with Questrade. Now, a lot of it is trial and error in terms of linking. And I'm not sure if we might have Questrade as a thing is it was done so long ago. Let me just see something here. Yeah, you see the rule, Disnet. I think Disnet uses the same rule as you can try that. Disnet and Questrade are essentially the same in terms of the rule. Okay. But oops, a lot of linking is trial and error because, these companies don't care whether we can link with them or not. I have to understand that. People get all upset. They say, "How come you don't link with this company?" Or "It used to work." Well, if they make a change on their end, then and they're not going to tell us. Okay. But most of the time, if you go to your order entry, you just follow these instructions on the external linking. You just follow the instructions. Most of the time, you would just put your pointer into your order entry, follow the instructions. Most of the time, the linking will happen. Now, if your broker doesn't, if whoever you're using doesn't link, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It's just, and if you're not clicking like mad all day long on symbols, it's not that big a deal. When you get an alert, you'll just have to type it in to your order entry. That's all. So it doesn't mean if you have a broker that doesn't link, that we can't link with, you can still use trade idea. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We just try to make it easy with a lot of brokers that we can establish a link with them so you don't have to type in the symbol. All right, guys, I don't have to even check. It is Andy today, guys. So Andy will be taking over from me for me in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes from now while I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern. Shake Shack, guys. Shake Shack making another new low. It's probably gone negative. Yeah, look, remember the last time I saw this, it was positive. The stock was still positive for the day, but now look at it. So this again, draw your attention to this. If you want this, I can give it to you because this can show you stocks. Shake Shack at what was an earnings play up, but it was an orange over here. This is a better idea here. So earnings play is down. Take a look at AUR, no, let's take a look at RPD. Come on, load. So look at RPD. Even though it is still up for the day, it is making a new low for the day. So it's up from the day. Remember what up for the day means? Whatever it closed at yesterday, it is up from that price, but it has been sinking. And you can tell because what I do is I sort on the position in the day's range. And so I see the ones that are near the low of the day, right at the top. But when you see that's green, that means it's still up for the day, but near the low of the day. Whereas when you see TRGP, it's up for the day. It's because it's green and it's also right near the high of the day. Just the way I've sorted this. These are the same. This is exactly the same, the two top lists. But what I do is because I want to see at a glance the ones that are near the low of the day and at a glance the ones near the high of the day, as opposed to having to do something like this. You see, I mean, I probably can't even get it. All the earnings plays. Yeah, I see, I can't even do it. I mean, look at all the earnings plays today, just today. So instead of doing that, I shrink it down because I don't really care about the ones, that aren't near the high or the low of the day. So because it's at a glance that I want. All right, lemonade, lemonade. Are you going to break out now? Okay, Peter. So you do have, yeah. So it's just a matter of looking at it. And as Real says, that's an area. Okay, so doesn't mean and the other thing, just because it breaks it doesn't mean it's going to move. But here it goes. Well, today is almost a day. You just buy anything strong and hold on. Don't try to find tops and short them. Not today. I'm not saying there are no tops to short, at all, but I'm just saying in general, on a day like today, pretty f- you're just completely going against the trend of the day. So I actually thought of something last night, and I don't know why it didn't work. Excuse me. Remember? Give me a moment. I'm going to try to make sure it works today. So remember, I've talked about second day continuation of earnings, things like that, to see if a stock has a second day continuation of earnings, either on the way up or the way down. So what I did last night is I took this, okay, and I duplicated it, and then so I on my duplicate at 4 o'clock Eastern time, I froze it. Lemonade. Who says you can't make? So I froze it. Okay. And my plan was when I woke up this morning, now maybe Pepe can tell me. Are you around, Pep? We've got to that point. My pet name now. I'm giving you a nickname. Okay. So what I did last night is I froze this. Okay. And I thought I'd be able to wake up this morning and see these. These would have been the earnings plays from yesterday's. The ones are right near. Well, I didn't. Okay, the ones near the bottom of the day's range and near the high of the day's range. And I would have looked at those today to see what they were doing. But when I woke up this morning, the freezing was off. So I'm just wondering when I reload trade, and even though I saved my work, of course. When I woke up this morning, the freezing was off. So consequently, I couldn't see where they closed. I couldn't see where they closed at the end of the day. I've never tried this before, but I thought that's not maybe not a bad idea. And you could do this with anything. I mean, I just decided to do it with the earnings, but you could take a top list, you know, d- top list, and at the end of the day, take a look at the ones that were up the most and the ones that are down the most, and see if there's any continuation the next day, especially if there's room. But again, the freezing did not hold. I will try again at the end of today. I save my layout, yeah. Save my layout every night. I mean, I don't think there's anything with the freezing function that says you can only, if you when you reload the next day, it'll unfreeze even if you've saved that. Maybe that's it. Come on, LMND, break through 1550. Boy, DT is, I didn't take this one, but DT has just been, look, another one that just was positive for the day. Big positive for the day, guys. I mean, this closed yesterday at 44.50, okay? And it got up to 48.70, 44.50. So, $4 move. And now it's gone, not quite gone negative, but it's almost where it closed yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't think there'd be any documentation for it because probably nobody's ever really thought to do it like that. So, but I'll check again today. I mean, I mean, I I always save my work, okay? Because I always shut down trade ideas at the end of the day, and I always, file save, and so I always save my work. But anyway, we'll see. All right, guys. Again, in about 15 minutes, 14 minutes now, Andy will be taking over for me. So again, you see a stock in the 10-day daily breakout, and you see it in the abnormal option activity, and even the trifecta, you see it in the momentum. Pay attention. Pay attention. Now, Roku won't be in any one of these because it's outside the price range that I have, but doesn't mean obviously we can't watch it. Well, that's a bummer, Pepe. Thank you for testing that. Yeah, get on, Dev. Yeah, right. That'll be so far down the list. I mean, I suppose the other way I could do it, this I thought that would be just easy though, is just to take a few of them, and put them into a symbol list and then follow them the next day and just, rotate it every day. I see DT on spy. What does that mean, Kiri? A little too cryptic. Peter, yeah, a screenshot would work, but what I wanted it to be is clickable. Oh, DT. I thought you meant okay, because I've got DT here. I thought you were talking about the stock DT, which is an earnings play and moving down. You mean a double top? Okay. Yeah, Peter, that would be you could do it, but what I wanted, I thought it'd be obviously the elegant way to be able to do it is just to be able to click on the alert. Well, it could be interesting. So what if I did this? Yeah. If I, at the end of the day, at the very least, I suppose what I could do, duplicate the window and then say live during market hours, because then it won't update until the market open the next day, and maybe save it like that. Yeah, I know I can create a symbol list, Peter. I just was just trying to do it really super simple. I thought that would have been a great way to do it just by freezing it. Anyway, not a big deal. Yeah, Roku, just insanely strong. I was thinking about you, Peter, or PJ. Remember this day right here? This might have been an earnings play back here. What day is that? 31st? Yeah, this was this was probably when it released earnings here the last time. Imagine if it had done this then. Ooh, I'm missing one here. Look at this Rely. I know I talked about this earlier. RELY, Rely. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. You can see there's that little blue arrow, up arrow. Nothing to do with the direction. In other words, it doesn't mean go long. It's just indicating when the alert happened. Okay, the candle. So if I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, there is the candle in which the alert happened. And the actual alert was at 1920. And look at this, 1860, and moving down. Maybe some support around 18. All right, guys, I want to put the YouTube link in. Andy should be around in about less than 10 minutes, taking over from me. So you can head over there and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. Good for you, Perfect Circle. I recall you're talking about that, taking a spy long from the 410 area a few days ago, of course. shoot, this was a really, really, really good one. This rely short. Um, again, nope, wait a minute. 10-day daily breakdown, option activity. You sort of seeing the pattern, guys. You start to see the same one either on the upside or the downside, and you see it in the option activity. Really pay attention to it. You know, they may not move right away. They're like Rely did not move right away. It actually popped up a little bit. Ten-day daily breakout, Alpine right there, Alpine right here. Look at this move. $13.99, $14.90. There's a dollar move. I can't follow all these, okay? I'm doing too many other things, unfortunately, but you guys have no excuse, okay? You just use this like a watch list, and you see the same stock in both of these, and more than likely you might see it in the Momo also. But if you see the same stock in the breakouts, the breakdowns, and also in the abnormal option activity, really pay attention to those stocks all day long. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm not gone yet, but Andy is going to be showing up pretty soon. Again, Andy is switching with Steve today. Steve, I guess he'll be in the room tomorrow. Okay, SDGR 682. Yeah, so when I look left, I mean, this is just something I can't take. Well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 70 cents, I guess, but I wish all this weren't here, the SDGR. So when you look left, you see all this that could stall it. I mean, if it got from 2667 or 77, if it got right up to 2740, of course, but just don't know that. Yeah, I mean, you're right, perfect. I mean, once a week I try to go over money management. Was that a little pop I heard?
That is a little pop, Barry.
Oh, a little pop. So it
Yeah,
must be Friday. All right, it's Friday already.
it was, Barry. But no, we got 2 more days, buddy.
We got well, yeah, but you're Friday. You're in the
Oh,
YouTube room on Friday.
that's right. That's right. I may
So
be tomorrow. But I think Steve will be back and will probably volunteer to take my slot since I'm taking his slot. But we'll see.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends what headspace he's got after
Yeah.
being in
Really.
Cabo for a week. Why come
Yeah,
back on a Friday?
I know. Yeah, that's kind of,
I know,
well,
that seems kinda weird.
I think
Eh
typically because Friday is one of our easy days for support, so he's
Oh,
probably think yeah.
I see, okay. Okay, that's it. So what a day, Andy, what a
Oh,
day.
man,
What a day
crazy.
yesterday, and, I was joking about, that 423 level on the SPY being the 200-day, maybe, who knows, maybe we'll get to it.
Yep,
I mean, if you had taken a bet with anybody 3 days ago when the
yep,
SPY was down at 409, I think,
exactly.
and said, in fact, not 3 days ago, so 4 days ago when the SPY got down to 409 and said, I'll bet you the SPY will get back over the 200-day moving average within 4 days. You would have lost a lot of money taking that
Yes, you
bet
would have.
against that
You
guy.
certainly would, yes. You certainly would.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's why I'm always looking, to pick bottoms in the market because I know, you get a 3-day move and you can just crush it, so, uh
Yeah.
oh,
Well, I think
Barry,
perfect
you would not have
circle.
believed what I did last night. Yeah,
Oh, what?
I took home PLTR,
Ooh.
IONQ, and
Oh.
AI. Yeah. So
Oh, and AI. Wow.
now it wasn't big size, but still a nice move. Yeah.
Now, you knew Palantir was having earnings?
I did. I did.
Okay.
Man, I've seen some of the earnings in the past, and I just thought it was a kind of a low risk down here. I like the move from yesterday. Well, you can
Mhm.
see my entry down here, but I was just I I I don't recommend doing this, but
No, no.
now it been closed up here around 18, I probably wouldn't have done it, but
Mhm.
I I I I just felt it was very low risk, and like I said, not it wasn't big size, so
Well, the AI is the interesting one to me because when you look at that weekly chart, look at all those
mhm,
little bottoming tails where it is. And I,
yes,
I was talking about it yesterday, saying, look out if that takes out that weekly,
yeah,
because then the next low is like underneath 20.
yep,
And
exactly.
but it didn't. I mean, it's
Now
held so far
this
anyway. Good for
this is
you.
funny. This is funny. Well, this is funny. AI was a mistake because I had it in my
Oh,
account and I got stopped out yesterday, but I forgot I'd also bought it in my wife's account. and
okay.
and I pulled up her account later in the day and I'm like, oh, that's not
You
that's
got too many
bad.
accounts going to
I know,
take
but
care of.
that once again, it's I don't want you guys to think I'm reckless because it was small size, but
Right.
uh,
Okay. Okay, you're off the hook.
yeah.
Okay, my
I
friend.
took
Well,
a
I got to
break, buddy.
get vacuuming. This is my vacuuming day, so I got to get to
Oh
vacuuming
yeah,
and
yeah.
let's get that done so we can have a nice clean house for the weekend.
There you
Okay.
go. Great idea. All
Okay,
right,
Andy.
Barry. Take care,
See you in
man.
about an hour.
Bye bye. Uh-huh. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Hey, perfect circle. Peter. Two Peters, I see. Yes, yes. Michael Noss is very, very consistent with his trading plan. Uh, I'm a little bit more of a rebel, I got to think, when it comes to trading, but there is a method to my madness. So, hi, Marius. How you doing? All right, guys, this is the support webinar. If you have any questions about the software, maybe a configuration you're trying to build, anything at all, just drop it in the chat there and we'll try to tackle it. Uh, Other than that, we'll talk about the market and we'll talk about stocks. If you see anything you want me to take a look at, I'll be happy to do that. Uh, do you have descending triangle breakouts? No, descending triangle is pretty it's hard to do because there's too many candles that have to be observed. And I know Michael's working with some of that in the me. I don't think he has anything like that. We can pull it up and take a look. Market Explorer, strategies. Let's see if there's any patterns. Gosh, he has a lot of stuff from pattern recognition, uh, bull flag, bear flag, tight base, volatility contraction. Yeah, that's a tough one because once again you're looking at too many candles. Now, a while back I built a really good, and this is kind of give you an idea of what you can maybe use to try to create something like that. But uh, I created a bear. Let's do the bull flag on the daily and take a look at it. Bull flag, the daily setup here, and take a look at when. Now, some of the it's with the kind of the action we've had in the market, I'm not expecting. Now, we're not looking at today, we're looking at coming into today, right? This is a daily pattern. So if you look there, you have the bull flag, you have an up move. It has to go up a certain amount of percentage and then creating some sort of flag. And I'll show you in a minute how I get it to do that. Uh, but even with this, you can see this is kind of it was kind of in a triangle there. It was in a flag pattern. So uh, take a look, see if there's anything. There you go. You had your up move, and then once again, you kind of got a flag pattern and then a pop off that. So MKC, not much there, but you can kind of see it. You had like a 3-day move there, and that's kind of flagging, moving up. So let's take a look to see, and it may be who had asked that, Trader Tim, give you an idea of what you can use, how you can use these range filters, position and range. So if I look at configuration in this, you're going to see got quite a bit of filters, but I'm going to show you the important ones in. Okay, the 5-day range. Okay, I'm limiting the amount of move. Right, this is just a range, a 5-day range. So I'm putting a minimum of 1 in there to try to eliminate any of the buyouts that are just kind of trading sideways, and then put them a max of 5. So this is limiting the amount of range you can have over a 5-day period, which is important. You want a kind of a tight range. Change in 5 days. I don't want it to be over 1% max. Change from the close. I just want it up on the day. Position in previous day's range. I want it in the top 25% of yesterday's range. Can you guys hear me? Brian's asking if you lost me. Can you guys hear me? Looks like Brian can't hear me, so I'm just going to make sure that okay. Good. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay. Brian says he lost me. All right. So Trader Tim, yeah, it's going to be hard. I mean, you're when it comes to, creating these patterns, it's not easy to do the software where you can have everything perfect, like a Bollinger Band squeeze and all that. I mean, you could probably figure out how to add that in. I'm just going to kind of give you an idea of what I like to use. And the important thing is are these range filters. You can see I got a couple of ranges in here. I got position in previous days range. I got a change in 10 days because if you're looking for a bull flag, right, you want to, obviously the stock has to be have gone up and then forming the flag again. So I'll share this with you. It's a lot of people just like it, and you can kind of see if you can kind of create maybe some sort of triangle, but it's very tough to do because we can't really compare individual bars going back. It's difficult. You can compare kind of a range, but individual bars is very tough to do. So let me just drop this in there because I know a lot of people have liked this when I've shared it. Okay, and share. Flag daily pattern. And I'll go ahead and share. We won't look at it, but I'll share the bull flag intraday as well. Same concept. It's just forming those patterns on an intraday time frame. Bull flag. Excuse me, my allergies are acting up. There you go. There you go. All right. Okay. Wouldn't be surprised. It seems like a lot of times when I have a lot of positions and I come in here and then the market starts falling out of bed on me. Yeah, Marius makes a good point. We have something called stocks like this, and you can just pull it up and do a Google search and stocks like this, trade ideas, and there you go. So he's referring to this. I'll actually just drop that link in there. And you can put in like a time frame. Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Maris, because that's how I created my nice setup that I have, the nice setup chart scan that I have. I went and looked at a chart that I did very well on trading a stock, and yeah, I put it in there and I started looking at some of the daily position and ranges and all that. So great idea. Pull up the stocks like this and maybe find a stock and then look where it is, in relationship to its maybe 10-day range, 20-day range, whatever you want to do to try to help create that pattern. But I will say those triangle patterns and things like that are not easy at all. All right, a real quick look at. Uh, I know people have told me they like talking about the trades I'm in and why I'm in them. Yep, there you go. Reverse engineer to find that pattern. One you might. I've been in this BTDR for about, let's see, 8 days now. At some point, I feel like this is going to break through that four, and maybe it'll do it. During this session, that'd be nice. It's a Bitcoin. Let's pull up the profile here. It's a crypto mining company out of Singapore. Uh, Gosh, the numbers look pretty good to me. Cash and current, they got a cash to debt ratios fine. Got a little revenue growth. Earnings are actually making money. So one to keep an eye on. I mean, if you look at some of the ones in the industry, is CIFR. Same thing. Look at the move it's had over the last. What makes me mad? I was in this thing back over here and got juked out of it. So anyway, this one, keep an eye on it. If it can get above that $4 level, you can see it's been a high now for like 7 days. So anyway, I'm in that one. CrowdStrike, I bought on a pullback. I was in my video today. I was mentioning, guys, don't. It's very tempting to come in when you see a big gap up. You see all the ARC stocks going, the AI stocks going, is come in and start chasing a bunch of stuff. But if you're patient, you'll get moves like this, like in CrowdStrike, came up back, and gave me an entry today. I could have actually gotten it about a dollar better, but that's okay. I actually got it better than my price in here, though. Right at 181, I think even. DQ, this is a lot of times I will try to, find bottoming patterns and let me clear out my price alerts. I don't teach this kind of stuff, but when you've been trading as long as I've had, sometimes you can kind of identify these things. So had earnings. Popped up, ugly tail, looked like, oh boy, here you go, big topping tail. It's going to turn around and reverse, but no, it really didn't. The next day, it finished up, and you had like a little inside doji day. Now it's trying to push back above, this 20-period moving average, and plus you got a nice little uh, resistance level here that if it can get through, which is trying, basically right at it right now, 3-day high. So there's a lot of things that I'm liking the risk reward here because it does seem to be hold it's not rolling over after earnings. So I kind of like that. So I like the risk reward there in that DQ. It is solars have been getting killed, I know, but small size and low risk. All right, let me get some questions here. When you back test an alert, does it back test all stocks or just the ones on your symbol list? It's only going to back test the ones that come through the scan. So if you are have it pointed to a certain symbol list, it's only going to back test those in your symbol list. Let's see. When I'm looking at filters and stocks like this, and the value I'm looking at is negative, example negative 4.3. What is the negative from? Is it a negative from zero? Yes. Yes. So if exactly. So if you're looking at something and you are looking at trying to think of a filter that would have a negative value. Uh, I'm drawing a blank. Can you give me an example of a filter where you had a negative value? I guess it'd be like a range, any sort of range. Uh, AI just went to highs. Well, I really don't need that because it is going to be a negative from zero. It's kind of confusing. It's like our earnings date. When you see something like a negative point 0.5, 0.75, or something like that on earnings date, you just got to think of it as a straight line with the zero in the middle, and anything to the left is going to be negative, anything to the right is going to be positive. That's kind of the same principle in stocks like this. So maybe a change in a stock's value, like a change in last 20 days. You might see a negative, 5 on the minimum side. You might see a plus 5 on the positive side. That would tell you that range has been all the way. It's been in the since 20 days ago, exactly at the close. It's gone down 5%, but it's also gone up 5%. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Marius. So the same thing with the moving average. Okay. So if it's a change in 50 period moving average and you see a negative 4.3, that means it went 4.3% below that average. Yeah. Yeah. VWAP, same thing as a moving average. It'd be the same thing. So it's gonna it's gonna do it from, yeah, from the moment that time frame you put in there, whatever block of time you put in there. Oh, it's BTDR. If you can't hear, I'll write it in there. And right now it's right at 4. Now it's a pretty thin stock. It doesn't trade, a whole lot of shares, but you see incredible volume in the last 3 weeks. I don't know what that means, but if it all I know is if it can get above 4, I don't know. Maybe it has a chance. But I hate to say I'm always one that likes to anticipate, because a lot of times I put a price alert in there and my price alert goes off. By the time I pull it up and can execute a trade, it'll move 25 cents on me. So I like to anticipate a lot. Yeah, Peter, we when I was with Today Trader, we me and Steve we were one of the very first ones really that started putting all these YouTube. Like I wish we hadn't have sold it, but we got into for a while there. I stopped day trading and started swing trading, and I got in distressed assets, non-performing mortgage notes, and kind of got in that bit. Wished I never had, but it cost me. Uh, but anyway, when we just didn't have time for YouTube, and somebody hooked up, reached out to us and offered to buy it, so we sold that name, the YouTube and everything. I'm thinking about it because they're not doing much with it. Obviously, if you don't, keep that stuff updated, if they're not really good traders and don't keep it updated, loses its value. So I'm thinking about, getting back in, try to buy it back from them. But are you talking about? I'm sorry, Peter. Were you talking about me, or are you talking about trade ideas? Because yeah, we still have our YouTube site. We still live stream on. You're on it right now, but so that's why I assumed you were talking about some of the stuff I did. Can you give me example, Marius, uh, of a filter that would only have just one box? I can't. I thought they all had min and max values. Oh, okay, so that's an average true range. Is that what it is? Right. That's because that's an average. Okay, so yeah, there you go. You got it. Uh, I'm thinking since it's an average, so I guess they're just calculating. I'm not sure what they would, but uh, yeah, it's a good question. I guess on average, anything that's an average, they just put whatever that average is over that time frame. And yeah, I guess that would be hard to be calculating because I'm not sure exactly what you do since you're looking at an average number anyway. So and you're just looking at that 5 minute period, and it's an intraday value, even though it's calculated using past data. I'm just thinking that yeah, I'll have to go in there and look at it. Consecutive candles. I think it has a lot to do with you're looking at that 5 minute time frame. So you can't have a bunch of consecutive candles within a 5 minute time frame. Uh, so those are kind of yeah set values. It's not like you can say, okay, this is my 5 minute block I'm looking at. How many consecutive, 5 minute candles it's there's just no way. It's just calculating whatever, that 5 minute block. So I think that's probably the issue you're having with the average true range and the consecutive candles. What do I think about this move in the market? Well, here's what I think about the move in the market. I think about the move in the market exactly like, and I was telling everybody, be careful back over here because this 4 days it felt very joyful for the bulls, but we're still in a downtrend. So what I'm looking at this 50 downward sloping 50 period moving average. Now there's a very good chance there's nothing to stop us. I mean, I would never start the one on shorts right now because there is no resistance until you get up to this level right here. Now, this is my target. And I'll go ahead and put a price alert right there because if we get up here to this next high and you got your downward sloping 50 period moving average, and if you look back, you know, it did. shoot above right there. But since we broke it right here, we came up and we got close to it again right there. Let me make this big so you guys can see. And we failed. Okay, so now this is, and not only that, you got your downward sloping trend line. So if I drew a trend line to right from right here, well, that could actually be much higher. But you could also draw one from right here as well, because all you need is 2 points. And if I drew one from right here to right here, you're going to see that's going to marry up real close to that level. So now we're you got a downward sloping trend line. Okay, you got the critical kind of pivot point. See, you got a pivot right there. You got some congestion over here. So we have a pivot point. We have a not too much congestion, but still, I would call it a pivot point. And you got your 50 period moving average. So that's what I'm looking at. I mean, it feels good. I like what I'm seeing for as a bull, but I promise you, I will be putting on a hedge if it gets up here. And not only that, I'll be selling some stocks, and could very well turn into a short position if the market rolls over and I get stopped out of my positions. And I don't even know. This is all, guesswork. I have no idea if we're going to get there, but that is the path of least resistance. There's nothing really to prevent us technically from getting there. So I think you got to keep that in the back of your mind. Yeah, yeah. I always, uh, trend lines are huge for me. Trend lines are a lot of times more important than support and resistance because, uh, it can go through support and resistance many times over a period, but seldom do you see those trend lines, break. And when they do, it's usually the start of another trend. Now, I like to see a verification. I just don't, see like pops through one day and then, oh, here we're turning around. No, I like to see it, trade above that old trend for some time before I'm comfortable that we're, you know, changing directions. So, all right, Brian. Yeah, I'm glad you got it. I mean, it's definitely one that to keep your eye on, but like I said, I've been sitting through now I got a decent price. It was at 78, but I did buy some more on this pullback. So my average is 384. And this thing can have some moves. You can see right here yesterday. It can be nasty. And it could get nasty right now, as a matter of fact. What is a good first time? What do you mean by first time? Uh Nuke jellyfish? uh First time trading strategy to start with. Uh Yeah, I'm a moving average guy. I like moving averages and uh, volume, trend lines, support and resistance. I keep it pretty simple. Okay, total beginner. Okay, what is a good first strategy? Well, first of all, I would make sure that I understood, candlestick charting, and I gave mentioned to Peter, a book, and it's called Japanese uh, candlestick charting. I believe that's the name, and it's by Steve Neeson. So if you don't know, uh, if you're not comfortable with Japanese candlestick charting, I would definitely, get a book on that. And then, I would just keep it basic. I would For me, it depends on the market. The way the market's been the last several months, I've been looking for uh, like a lot of reversals, maybe stocks that have pulled back pretty hard and trying to reverse. I'm not chasing. I'm not chasing at all in this market. I've noticed, a lot of your gappers will they're gapping up too much and they're pulling back. A great example is Spotify the other day. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. And I tried it on day two on the pullback, and there you go. You had earnings, strong day, and then look at reverse came back. So be patient and just come down here and find a moving average and set alert if you see something. There's a very, very good chance it's going to come back to you. Okay. So I just don't feel like this is a market now. If we get into a bull market, things turn around and things get all giddy to the upside again. We can maybe you can take a shot on some breakouts. But I think for me, I would be patient, especially if you're a new trader. I don't know if you're day trading or swing trading, but best thing is small size and let stocks come to you. So many new traders getting bad habit of just coming in and the FOMO and chasing longs. I mean, some of them will work. I mean, if you chase this one this morning, it was probably pretty good for a nice little ride there. But I think Shop had a pretty good move today. Yeah, little one, but yep, never chase. Yeah, Peter, do you know the name of that program? Looking for your program. Because I don't currently have a program on YouTube. Now, you may be thinking maybe Michael Noss does, or uh, see if you can think of the name of it. GM for reversal. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I mean, I, it's some ugly days after that. What's Ford doing? A lot. Yeah, Ford looking pretty weak too. Yeah, not. It's one of those kinds. I can see what you're looking at. It's above this 10 period moving average. Uh, I think what I'd probably like better if you're looking for something that's been beaten up is something like this. This 3M had earnings the other day, gapped up, sloppy, but see how these moving averages are curling around now. You got your 10 and your 20. Something like that for a swing trade, trying to go to highs now. Something like that. I would prefer something that where you have your at least your 10 period moving average. Now you got your 10 trying to go through your 20. And even something like this, you could probably put an alert for a pullback because a lot of times when they're trying to make that bottoming pattern, they will get a drawdown back to these moving averages. But see, this one a little bit different in my book. It's kind of been basing for a while, for about a month here, and it had earnings, and it held that gap after earnings versus something like GM. where you still have your downward sloping 20 and downward sloping 10. It just has a lot more work to do in my book. That doesn't mean it can't reverse for by all means, but I would rather find something that kind of basing a little bit better, and you got your moving averages kind of turning up now. Plus, pays a nice dividend. Yes, yeah, the 20-day is going to be acting as resistance there now. If you're talking about swing trading, I was kind of giving you swing trading analysis, but if you're talking about a day trade or something like that, it could definitely go up to this test this high back over here, another 15 cents higher. Check my positions real quick. I've already scalped out of most of this. Yeah. Hold on. All right. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Any questions? Yeah, Marius, I always want to see volume. And I'd love to see this thing crack through with a bunch of volume, but man, it looks like it just wants to keep tormenting me. I like this chart and this time. I just bought it this morning. I love the way this thing is kind of setting up here. Now China's really not doing a whole lot today. I did buy some K Web on a pullback this morning, but it's not doing. I thought it would get a lift from our markets, but not really doing it yet. But I do that time. I've liked it for a while there, so that one's definitely on my radar right now with half size. Good question, HS. Yeah, that anytime a stock has been kind of euphoric, like a lot of these AI stocks have, the IO NQ, uh, and they come down to a level and put in like an inside doji day. I think that's the day I bought it on, but uh, not sure why that line would go over there. There's no price right there, but anyway, it. Oh no, I know what I did. I bought it on this day off the 200-day moving average, right? Small size. Now, anytime I buy these kind of things for a potential turnaround, I'm only doing like one third, one half position or something. Not even a half, one third or one quarter. Uh, now, so I don't recommend this. This is more me buying what's been a kind of a euphoric stock, and it was mostly based upon what I kind of perceived that PLTR. They've had, the last couple of earnings have been really good, and uh, let's see if I go back. I'm not sure. I'm not going to go back. But anyway, this is, yeah, I don't recommend it, and I very very seldom do that. And if I do, I'm holding really really small size. Okay, so PLTR, IONQ is just I felt like they were overdone going into earnings, and sometimes if I feel like the price, the maybe baked in for bad earnings, I'll take a chance on small size. But once again, I don't do it very often. I don't recommend it. So I would rather talk, probably rather talk about stocks, that I bought, where, like this BDTR, where I'm kind of anticipating, a move through that $4 range. Uh, let's see, I'm trying to think. Well, Neo was kind of the same way. XPEV, which I've sold probably 80% of it. I just got a small bit left. This one I bought on this date, 14.94, because they reported. I bought this one and Lee, right? And because they reported sales for the monthly sales, and they both crushed it again. And then I saw it coming through Barry's uh, option buying window, so I took a chance on XPAD right there. Just trying to give you some logic around my buys, and then of course Lee, I'm disappointed in. It really hasn't done a whole lot. I added to my position today in Lee because I thought it was going to go through, but you can see I'm just barely up in that one. And then I said, "Man, this," and of course, Neo wasn't doing anything yesterday, and it ended up being one of my better trades, even though I didn't have much size. But I don't know what's going on right now. I may have to peel off some more. I think I did sell some this morning. I know I did. But yeah, my thoughts on holding that, it was mostly based on, I really thought PLTR's earnings would be good. I mean, I actually like PLTR is my favorite of the AI stocks, but I look at the cash position, right? If these numbers are correct, I don't know after the last earnings, but cash to debt is great. Uh, Not much revenue growth right now. It doesn't look like, but still looks like they're making money. Yeah, yeah. Keep an eye on this, and if you can watch that video, I usually will talk about a few stocks that I like, but yeah, there's always some, pretty good ones. Now, when we were in this market, I was warning everybody because everything was being sold through here. Okay, so I'm going to put ideas in there every day. They're going to be setups that have potential, but when the market gets like this and everything is being sold, I do very little. But I still want to give you guys some ideas in case we do get that, get a turnaround. Yes, yes, Marius, I agree. For a while there, the market was too crappy to trade anything under uh, for more than 15 minutes, and we could resume the market here in a day or two. And I've already taken. You can see my some of my closed position. I've already taken some, some good some profits off, and trust me, I'm quick on the finger in this market to take profits. As a matter of fact, I'm about to sell some more of this Neo because that's one ugly chart. But geez, look at that green bar right there. That's crazy. What's its competitor? Is it Ring? Yeah, not the same look there. Yeah, you know what? When I was watching yesterday in post market and getting back to that PLTR because I was in it and and then it closed and it just kept rallying in post market. Like, wait a minute, did earnings come out, yesterday afternoon? But no, they came out this morning. But boy, somebody knew something because it closed yesterday right here and rallying up to around 15, 20 or something. Put it on post market and look. Let's see. Yeah, got up to about 15.25. So somebody was buying it in post market yesterday. I should have had it when I saw that. Billionaire Bears on YouTube. I'll give it a shot. Well, yes, Luca, especially in to me that depends on the market, right? If you're in a like I said, if you're in a nice uptrend bull market, I'm more careful, right? About, I don't do much shorting anymore anyway, but back when I was a day trader, uh, I'm more careful about shorting longs, on good earnings and things like that. But boy, yeah, in this market, you get a lot of stocks that gap up. Let's see. There's one right there, FSLY. Yeah, Dash, not really doing anything. Some of these ones had some staying power with them. Well, that SWM is one I called out this morning to keep an eye because even in my video, I don't tout stocks that are really gapping up, but that was a beautiful setup there in SWN. And UUU is another one, but they do have earnings uh, tomorrow after the close. The CRNX has just been going sideways now. Is that it's not, surely it's not a buyout, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like it's too much. Okay, all right, so I'll check them out. Check out some of those videos on YouTube. Spy trying to go to highs. Matt, you don't have a thing right here that says competitors on your single stock window? You can't add. There's no customer input as far as these tabs here go. Hey, Mike C, how are you, buddy? This is the desktop version, Matt. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying, but you don't have these tabs right here in your single stock window, Matt, where it says profile and then competitors. Hmm. Interesting. Let me share mine and see if you when you pull up mine. Geez, single stock window. Pull up that and see if you have it. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm not. That's weird. The only thing I can think of is I'm not sure where you got that. A lot of times, if it's an old uh, window from a much older version, a lot of times it won't translate to the new version or something like that. So anyway, yeah, I'm glad we got it worked out there. You know, stick alert right there. No, Brian, I mostly trade the common stocks. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of options. I used to. There was a time I did some options, but uh, now I don't know. It's just easy. So many options. When I used to trade the best options, I would look for these setups and then get a good feeling of when they're going to go, and then just load up on them. And I need, I'm gonna start doing that. I might start doing that again. But yeah, for the most part, all I'm doing is trading options. I mean, trading stocks, common. Let's see if anything's moving over here in the races. One popping off lows. Seeing a lot of those. Just man, that's a great day. Well, uh, are you talking about day trading, Jellfish, or swing trading? Well, I can talk about day trading. Obviously, it took a long time. It took because back then we didn't have trade ideas, so I was just just basically you trading basically four stocks. Of course, there was a lot of inefficiencies in the market that made it easier. Especially there was no decimal points. You traded in teenies, 1/16th of uh, dollar, and so that made it. So basically, yeah, you get one move, and it was like I don't know, it's so much easier. But uh, still took about 8 months, and a lot of staring, this charts and learning candlestick charting. A lot of wounds along the way. You burnt through a lot of money in 8 months, and then turned it around like it was crazy. It was like a I like to. It's like staring at one of those 3D, posters or pictures, and you can't make out what it is. You sit there and finally you relax and it all comes to you. It's kind of like it was. I tell you the trick for me, uh, and I've told this story a lot, is I started out with probably, I think I started out with $30,000 account and then put another 10 in it. And then it got all the way down to like $8. And I had a good manager that had faith in me. So he's probably giving me a little more margin than he should have. But, I got down to 8,000. I finally just told myself, I said, you know what? What's the worst thing that can happen to me? I'll just have to go back and put a, suit on and go back into the real world with everybody else. And when I did that, I lost my fear because I was willing to accept, the outcome regardless of what happened. And so I said, "What the heck?" And I lost fear, and it's amazing how quickly it turned around. I wasn't afraid anymore. I was like, "Okay, down to 8,000. If I blow it, I blow it. It's okay. I can make it back." And I turned it around that next year, made like 300,000. It was crazy. But I will say this. It was I hate to use the word easier because nothing was ever easy, in day trading. But uh, you didn't have high frequency trading. We were the fast ones. We were the So's bandits. That could. Uh, we were faster than Wall Street, and of course they got privy to the game, and they're like, "Oh, okay, you guys want to play that game?" And then they made decimalization that killed you. But still, it was still hard. Picking bottoms is it's different. I look for like patterns like this 3M. I'm thinking about buying actually this 3M. Uh, uh, I look for some sort of basing and candles turning around. Now, some stocks are different, like the PLTR. Right, there was no basing there. It just that was just kind of a gut feeling. And I knew, AI wasn't dead and these things were just gonna all crumble and go back to zero. I just didn't feel like that was the case here, and that was kind of a risk. But typically, I probably a good example would be this DQ. Now, if it doesn't work, I mean, I have small size, but I look for some sort of logic, whether it's a basing pattern or uh, something like I explained here, where you this has been just getting decimated. A lot of the solars have for years. I mean, for months anyway. And but then you had earnings and an ugly tail. But look what happened the next day. Okay, it popped up, stayed above this 10-period moving average. The following day, tried to break that 10-period moving average, and it can't do it. So this is a good candidate for me. Now, I'm not out of the woods. In reality, it's probably most likely this thing will reverse on me. But if I am right, okay, this is one that I can add to maybe if it gets above this 3-day high. Probably won't today, but tomorrow if it gets above this 3-day high, I can add to. Next thing you can get a nice 20% move very, very easy, and you have a decent chunk. And then, of course, what I'll do, because it was not out of the woods, I'll sell, at least half of it pretty quick for a nice scalp. But I just don't blindly go in and, just buy something. Let's pull up Armageddon. I'll show you. Barry is,
He's here.
oh, okay. You're listening to
Yeah.
my,
Oh yeah. I'm waiting for Armageddon.
yeah, yeah. Like this SEDG. I don't see any reason why to take a chance in something like this where is still kind of in a downtrend, making no attempt whatsoever to, get above. Same thing could be said about something like that. Yeah. So there's typically some logic of reason why I'm looking for, maybe a bottom fish, and that DQ is probably a good example.
So there is a big difference between bottom fishing and then buying the dip, though,
Oh,
intraday.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So because I
absolutely.
know somebody's saying, how do you do? I find it incredibly hard to try to figure out a bottom and a top
Mhm.
intraday. I mean, I
Yeah.
do it every now and then, and I know there are channel breaks and all that sort of stuff, but my mind isn't in tune, is not sort of in tune to doing something like that.
Mhm.
And it's very difficult. It's probably I
Exactly.
would say it's the most difficult thing anybody can do. I don't care if you're a new trader or unless you absolutely specialize it and you've got some
Yeah,
kind of a but even then it's difficult. But you're
it is.
not you're not bottom you're not buying a dip intraday. You're bottom fishing, which is completely different.
Right, right. And like I said, okay, tan has been really, beat up today. I mean, beat up, but today it's having a nice little bounce, trying to have a nice little bounce. And CSIQ is had a nice move earlier. I don't know if it's going to hold up here, but I would rather go for a pattern like DQ. This is just one candle, right? But if I look at DQ, we have, four candles that is putting in a constructive bottom there. So that to me, this is a much better, even though CSISQ is having a better day,
Hmm.
this is more of a pattern where, it's had earnings and it's trying to build off those earnings. In other words, it has not taken out the low, since earnings day, which is good. It's good for
Yeah.
a potential bottom. Yeah.
And yesterday's candle is
Yeah.
actually as sort of red bar ignored.
Right. Exactly. There you go.
So yes,
There you go.
so actually that's not bad at all.
Yep. Now,
Mm.
that being said, more than likely, in most cases, it's going to be a failed trade. But what I do is is I get out quick because I know if I hit something like this, I can make up for 10 of those failed trades because I'm disciplined enough to when it fails, I get out quick. So
Mhm.
I may be only looking at a dollar to the downside where I'm potentially looking for 6, 7, who knows how much to the upside if it is a true bottom. Yeah. So.
Sure.
hmm So risk
All
reward.
right.
So yeah. Did you get your
Well, you know
vacuum
what
cleaning
time it is.
done?
It's 1:03. It's 1:03, well, 1:03 Eastern time. Oh
Oh
my
man.
goodness, yeah, I raced through the house. I did a few other things, and my last thing you were talking about, when did it finally click? It took you 8 months, and then it sort of clicked. That reminds me so much. First year engineering for me, and
Hmm.
I was very, very good at math in high school and all. Trig, interval, that was no problem. Differential equations, though, in engineering was something that might as well have been trying to learn, I don't know, Swahili to me. I and it's all engineering. I mean, if you can't figure out differential equations, then you may as well just drop out.
Oh
And I
yeah.
sweated and I sweated for half a year, and then all of a sudden, yeah, the little light bulb went off, and then I
Yes.
couldn't understand why couldn't I see that before. And
Yep.
it reminded me of kids that I, in high school when they'd say, I don't understand algebra. Yeah, how do I solve for, X and Y and two equations? And well, just do this. I couldn't understand why they couldn't see it. Now I could
Yeah.
understand on a different level, you know, how
Exactly.
incredibly hard it can be for some people, to
Yeah.
just to get it. But anyway,
Hmm.
we, we're going way ahead of time,
No, no,
way
no. I
over
got.
time.
I have something else to share with everybody
Oh, okay,
because,
good,
yeah,
good.
it's, obviously, a very high percentage of the traders that try, day trade, they fail. But I noticed a lot of them would come in, and they would like trade for hour, hour and a half, 2 hours maybe, and then they would go and take off and have lunch and breakfast or whatever, and come back at the close. But I can tell you this: I sit there. I'm serious. I would sit there, about probably 6.5, 7 hours a day, just kind of staring at the market. Okay, because you don't realize how much you're taking in just by,
Hmm.
yeah, just I mean, just looking at charts, looking at price action. These things
Yeah.
have personalities, and you might not even know it, but your subconscious is gathering all this. It's just amazing. And like I said, it's like that 3D poster that finally comes to you. It's like, whoa, okay,
Yes, that's a great,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, there it is. There's the
yeah,
woman with the parrot on top of her head.
exactly, yeah, there, yeah,
There it is. How can I did not see that?
yeah.
But then if you let your mind wander just a little bit, you don't see it again.
That's right,
You've got to
that's
really
right.
train. So that's the practice. Yeah, that's
Yep.
that. How true, how true. That's why I say to people who are, so I want to auto trade, I want to auto trade. And I say, I'll never auto trade because I'll always want to take a look at the setup. And it only takes me, now seconds before I can figure out, I want to trade it or I don't want to trade it. So even if it moves a couple of pennies on me, I'm not going to get bent out of shape,
Right.
from I didn't get in 2 cents ago. If I auto traded, I would have. I'll never auto trade. Never, never, never.
No.
And I keep saying that to people. Andy, if you thought auto
Yep.
trading, if Steve thought auto trading, if Jamie, if we all thought auto trading was the way to go, we'd all be doing it. It's that
Exactly.
simple. So,
Exactly.
and I'm not even talking about the AI. I'm just talking in general. And I'm not saying nobody can do it, but I just don't see the value in it. I just don't see it. But
Yeah. No, no, I agree. I agree. Well, the problem is, yeah, you got so many algos in the marketplace that are just tripping over each other, and it's like, uh, and I've had some, I have some swing trading, that test really, really well, especially in a bear market. They're incredible, but
mhm,
I hook them up to the auto trader, and they just get, because any given day, man, you're gonna get, you can just get crushed, but it's just,
exactly.
I agree, Barry.
I want to get the alerts, because people ask me, well,
There you go.
you've got all your alerts here, say in your 10-day daily breakout or your breakdown. Don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. Well, why don't you backtest it? I said, I don't want to backtest it. It'll probably look terrible, but I want to get the alerts. It's not like I'm getting 1,000 alerts. I'm getting maybe 15 over the course of the day. And they're not all coming at, the same time. So I've
Right.
got the time to take a look at it and figure out if I want to do it. I would
There you go.
never try to backtest it because it would. I
Oh,
have just for fun because people say, "Why don't you do it in front of us?" And it looks terrible. Equity
yeah.
curve straight down. You
Exactly.
know?
Oh, momentum, back testing momentum, it's impossible. I've tried.
Yeah,
I've spent hours trying to do it, and it's just, you just never know which one which one is going to
exactly.
keep going, man. Yeah. Uh,
All right, my
all
friend.
right,
Well, Trader
Barry.
Tim is saying, I want to swing for 1 to 5 days. Is there an AI that looks for those setups? The AI doesn't know. I mean, AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. However, it's like anything else. If you thought, according to your trading plan, that at the end of the day, the stock still looked good and it had some room to run, if it, before it hits some major resistance, it's up to
Hmm.
you then. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
hang on to it. Just because the AI gets out of a trade at the end of the day doesn't mean you can't follow it for the next few days.
that's right. Exactly. All right,
All right.
Barry. Well, have a
I'll
good one,
take
my
over
friend.
now.
All right, man.
Okay.
We'll see everybody later. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye. All right. So the info is interesting to me, guys. I mean, that showed up at 22.75. Now it's struggling getting through that 23 level. That's why you see I've got a price alert around the 23.14 level. But the info did show up here, 22.75. So it's moved from there, but not much. It's only, 15 cents from there. But I'm steadfast about waiting for a break of the whole number, because if it does break that whole number, it's an earnings play. So it's got a shot. Let me take a look at the monthly chart. I know I went through this before because I think it's got some room. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, on the monthly chart, 23.87 is the next high. So, not quite a dollar away. So, and it doesn't mean that's going to stall it, but more importantly, look left and look at all. This is one that I want to watch tomorrow as an example. Okay, see if it closes well, closes near the high, doesn't give it all back, closes well. Certainly want to watch this one tomorrow, see if it has a second day continuation of earnings. Well, Trader Tim, again, you can look at the trades at the end of the day, and then maybe 5 minutes before, 10 minutes before the market closes, and then you can make up your mind if you'd want to swing it. It's really that simple. But there's no guarantee, of course, on even the best setup even the best thing that looks like, or the best looking setup doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So that's what I would do then. If you just want to wait till the end of the day for these alerts and see how they close and see if they close well. For instance, imagine if info was one of it's not on here, but what if it was one of the AI alerts? Okay. And what if it closed over 23? Excuse me. What if it closed up here? Maybe if it closed at 23.30 or something, okay? And near the high of the day, you might look at that, go, earnings play is very powerful. Um, you can either make up your mind, okay, I'll take a piece. You've got to have a stop. You're gonna have to understand where you're going to put your stop and see then, if it runs the next day. So you can, in theory, rely on perhaps several of these. You never know. I mean, I'll look at I'm not a swing trader, so I don't do that. But look at the lemonade as an example, the LMND. So this is an AI alert. So you can see on the monthly chart, if you want to think really long term, I mean that there's no resistance until 22. Well, resistance. The next high is 22.41. If you look at the weekly chart, I think it's still pretty good. The next high is 17.19. So you can kind of see, as long as it holds over the 200-day moving average, closes, near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right to the penny. But what you don't want to see is have this thing, oh, okay, just sell right off. Just, so that would be a pretty solid earnings play that might have the potential to have a several day run. Okay, that's the way I would look at it anyway. I mean, and this market, wow. Market has not had any pullback at all. I thought, on this 11 o'clock candle and then the 11:15 candle, that looked maybe okay. Are we going to start really giving it up? Because remember that candle, that 11:15 candle, was red all the way down here. But no, buyer stepped in. Excuse me, the buyer stepped in and maintaining, and now the buyers are still in charge. Do I think this is a snort covering rally? Um, oh, I don't know. Cam, I don't know. I mean, I don't really. I try not to overthink it. People ask me questions, and you know me. I mean, I don't because I'm not looking that far ahead. I'm looking for the next trade today. Whether this is a short covering rally, whether we brand this a short covering rally or not, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that the last day of October and these 2 days have been pretty good. I mean, this is the fourth day now, but I don't know. I mean, the interesting thing to me again, it got through that 200-day moving average like nothing really. I'm sure a lot of people thought, you know what, 400 is next, and then 380 seemed to be a number that we looked at a while back. And I don't even remember what happened here. I mean, this was just, I'm sure most people thought, okay, a little bit of a, okay, we won't go down today, but, probably resume the market being down the next day, but not even close. And hit the 200-day moving average during market hours yesterday, and after hours, it ripped through it. Meanwhile, here's another one, KYMR. I mean, what I'm seeing a lot are stocks that, I mean, this was, I mean, it's up 2 point, it's not up a lot, 2.86%, but at one point this stock was down to 950. So, I mean, this is recovered, $2 and 7 cents. Seeing a lot of that today. And that would have been more typical of a day in which the market started off low and then recovered. But that's not the case. This market started off high and kept going. That is kind of what I was going to say also, Shady. Like, what would it, if I said yes, it is, or no, it isn't? Like, what would that mean to you? I was kind of going to say, going to say that, but I mean, some might say, well, if it's a short covering rally, it's not true buying coming in. It's just people, getting out of their short positions. It's not like new people coming in and buying. I mean, I suppose you can look at it that way, but again, all right, guys. Well, it is time to do a video. That's what I kind of thought, what you meant, Cam, because if the majority of the reason for this pop is because of short covering, is what I'm trying to say. Is it new buying coming in, or is it just a lot of people just now short covering fueling the buying? Of course, there's new buying coming in, but what is that percentage of short covering versus new buying? I don't know. Anyway, I will now do my video. What time is it now? 1:17, say 1:18. So, all right, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. I mean, even Peloton had a bounce way off the lows. Remember, Peloton was down here in the pre-market at 420, down here, which was almost basically a lifetime low. Even Peloton is moving with this market. Now, this was down. Now they're trying to paint this relatively rosy picture here, climbing 12% on revenue growth outlook from the Lululemon partnership and reintroduce the treadmill. They don't want to dump on this company at all, but this was an all-time low in the pre-market. Speaking of Peloton, I think it just showed up 124. Yeah, this just showed up in the option scanner. And you want to know why? Look at that, 150.6%. It just made it in. Remember, my minimum has to be at least 150, one and a half times normal. So it just snuck in now when it made a new high for the day. Option volume is huge, but that's 44,000 plus contracts. That's one and a half times normal. Wow, look at another one here. The Sinclair. So this is another earnings play, 35% up, coming right into the next high on the weekly chart, and that will be the same on the daily chart, which is 1449. So getting close. But here's another one. I mean, if this closes well, you know, I mean, it could start to fill in this void. It's an earnings play. Watch it tomorrow. See if it continues to move. Now there's a glad I held off on the info. I was waiting to see if it could take out 23, get up to about the 2310 mark. That's where my price alert is. That blue line on my all the charts, but it didn't hit it. There's one big difference in myself and Andy. Andy might take this trade in anticipation it would do it, and I don't. Now, as he'll tell you, he'll get stopped out more, but obviously get a better entry. And so for those that work, he'll have a better entry, but he probably gets stopped out a lot more than I do. But if he can let those winners run. Papa John's, let's take a look at pizza. So earnings, yeah. So pops up to 69. I wonder what the volume was. Can't even. Yeah. Can I see what the volume is here? Oh, pretty good. I mean, 220. There's the 915 candle. So there was 228,000. So there was some volume that was coming in. How much on this one? And only 4,000 shares to get it up there. It's probably one reason, but I mean, they're at 9. At 9:15, there was 228,000 shares, which is pretty decent. Especially it's only got 32 million in the float. But yeah, but we've seen this is sort of the reverse of what I've seen. Stocks that have beaten down and then have come right back up and are positive for the day. This is a little bit obviously a different. Papa John's profit doubles as more orders come in. Revenue boosted with acquisitions. Mrs. Papa John's misses on profit and revenue, but beats same store sales expectations. I don't know. If I don't, it's hard to sometimes interpret. You can read a headline that like that and try to interpret, okay, what is that going to mean to the stock price? Look at this Peloton. Well, guys, I mean, you'd think maybe this is getting ripe for a bit of a short. I mean, the next high looking left is 585. Plenty of shares to short, 12.6 million at Interactive Brokers. So this is a bit of a reversal play, guys. EQH, it's not an earnings play. It had earnings on the 31st. So they actually, yeah, so the reaction was yesterday. There was the reaction yesterday on the 1st. So this is a bit of a reversal play, taking out the high of yesterday. And next high up here, 26.55, has some room. Carvana should be really interesting. What sort of earnings are they going to pump out? Oh no, I missed out. I'm missing out on this. I think this OGN, yeah, another all-time low. I really missed out on the Rely. Ugh. Look at this now, guys. 1827 from the 1920 alert. There's almost $1 now. Now, granted, down here, you probably would have taken some off for sure on that little pop up, but still looks weak. Well, I was trying to short some of this OGN at 1279. And I held it there for, well, probably 30 seconds. They would not give me a fill because of that uptick rule. Again, there are plenty of shorts available, but I held it there. Okay, guys. Let's see, 133. Andy is telling us to watch ABVC. ABVC. Let's take a look at ABVC. Andy is the true bottom fisher, guys. Another earnings play, of course, Lightspeed coming into the 200 day, maybe 1526. So, it's about 30 cents away, 33 cents away. To me, the amazing thing in looking at this is all these are all the earnings plays that are up, and look at them. They're all basically at the high of the day. So the CWH, it's still up for the day, but it's almost at the low of the day. CWH, Camping World. So all these are still green, but these are towards the low end of the day's range. Like we're hard pressed to find anything that is. Well, this one's had no bounce. But it started out positive, just mildly positive. This Court, another earnings play, closed at 2809. It got up to 2851 right here, got up to 2851, but then the market opens and just continuing down. That looks like it's going to challenge the 200-day moving average, 2514 for CORT. We are doing nothing of the sort. I am doing nothing of the sort. But just for fun, let's take a look at what the market ahead of time seems to think what's going to happen. I'm sure Apple has got to be moving higher because the market is. Yeah, so it's up 1.8%, choppy, but William, what's your deal today? What's your schedule like today for keeping the room open? 4:15. So you're not going to stick around for Apple? Of course, I'm kidding you, but okay, guys. So William will keep the room open until 4:15. And when I take my leave at about 3 o'clock. Please. Phone. So if I'm on for a little, I'm on. There's a phone call coming in. All right, I'm back. Court is about, yeah, when? I mean, I see what you see, I'm sure. Way down through the channel, right? Way down. Excuse me. Tim, hello, and welcome to the room. I use Interactive Brokers, my trading platform. I use Interactive Brokers. We did a survey a long time ago, and the majority of our customers, no, majority, that could only be 35% or 38%. I don't mean over 50%, but the majority of our customers use Interactive Brokers. And I've been using Interactive Brokers for, wow, how long now? 2016, so over 7 years now. I like it. It's not the prettiest platform. If you're looking for pretty, I guess there are better ones out there. But if you're looking for function over form, I think IB is very good. Others can chime in, of course. Hopefully, you could hear me, Tim. But in case you didn't, I'll just go welcome, Tim. Okay, you did hear me. Okay. Okay, so bounce candidate here for court, CORT. So yeah, I mean it has bounced, but is this it? Yeah. Are you new to trading, Tim? You don't have a broker, or you're just thinking of changing? Yeah, Fidelity. Okay. There are some in the room that have Fidelity. I have zero. I'm in Canada, so I'm more limited to the brokers I can choose. So Interactive Brokers, though, is, of course, it's basically worldwide. Okay, that means you must be new. Good. That you're starting out well in terms of not committing money to the market. Sounds like you're a relatively new trader. Are you interested in maybe taking our test drive, which starts on Monday? Or maybe you've already signed up for it? Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen and live on the mic. So when you start the test, now I don't know if anybody explained to you, but at the very least, so you'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. Sometimes it might be earlier, but and if you and then of course you can play around with it for the balance of Friday and then Saturday and Sunday. And what I would do is this. Give me a moment as I put my link in. So if you click on my homepage link, there you are. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So the getting started, at least do that, okay? To get started. that'll run you through your downloaded install, your first startup and login. I would not really look at dock layouts. Okay, that's more of an advanced feature, not necessary. But introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay, so spend at least this will. I mean, if you did every video, it would take you 30 minutes. There are just 10 short videos, but do that at least. Okay, and then if you want to dive into it in a little more detail, again on my homepage, you can go to the education section, click here, then the user guide. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. There's the getting started again, but here's a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Okay. You want to find a little bit about stock racing and then price alerts. But certainly make sure you understand what an alert window is and what a top list window is. I think that'll help you immensely as opposed to just showing up Monday morning and saying, well, what am I looking at? Okay. And I'm also sharing. I'm going to create a layout for the test drive, just a very basic layout. But I'm also sharing scans. You'll have access to all the scans that I'm sharing. So what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And a couple of scans that you see here. The abnormal option activity is here. Momentum scan is here. Momo. So I'm sharing scans. All right, so the question in our YouTube room, I have 3 separate alert windows, but I want to combine them into one multi-strategy window. Is there an easy way to do that? Well, I'll let you define easy, okay? I'll show you how, and then you can tell me, well, okay, that was easy or it wasn't easy. So, Luca, are you able to see me and then, of course, hear me as I demonstrate what to do? And anybody else who wants to have a multi-strategy window, just Just let me know. Give me a couple of yeses so that I know you can hear me and see my screen. Oh, it won't take an hour. It'll take you, depending how many alert windows you want in there, it'll take you less than a minute. Okay. So first of all, the function of a multi-strategy window typically is if you only have one or maybe two monitors, but say one monitor, it will allow you to save some screen space. So in this multi-strategy window, if I right click and then hover over strategies, these are two different alert windows in here. Okay. Moving lower with unusually strong options volume. I color coded that in brown, and moving higher with unusually strong options volume. I've color coded that in, excuse me, light blue. So that's how I know, which are. But you could put almost as many alert windows as you want into a multi-strategy window. Now, screen space for me is not an issue, but sometimes what I'll do with a multi-strategy window is I'll put strategies that are basically the same, maybe running counter to each other into the multi-strategy window. That's just what I like to do. Okay, so that's number one. So that is the function though of a multi-strategy window. You can take a bunch of alert windows and put them into one multi-strategy window, and so it'll save you some screen space. So here's how you start. This is what I do. Take the first alert window that you want to put into your multi-strategy window. Okay, right click, collaborate, copy all. Okay, so basically you have copied this window. Next, new multi-strategy window. Okay, here it is. Okay, nothing's in it. Makes sense. It's brand new. Next step, right click, hover over strategies. This box will pop up. New strategy. This box will pop up. Collaborate, paste. And here it is. So the first step is to again right click, collaborate, and copy. Now you've copied it. And then you go to your, then you start a new multi-strategy window. Let's do one more. Here's one I have on my other monitor. Momentum down, right click, collaborate, copy it, go back to my multi-strategy window, right click, hover over strategies. You see there it is right there, the Momo. Hover over new strategy. Again, this box pops up, collaborate, paste. Here it is. And you just keep doing that for, all the alert windows that you want to put in here. You can't put top list windows in, okay? You can only put, I'm not even sure you can put a multi-strategy window into a multi-strategy. Probably not. I never even tried it. Probably not. Doesn't make sense to be able to do that. Okay. Now, the next step is you might want to color coordinate it. And that's what I do. So here's the momentum down. Right click. Strategies. Momo. Colors. Okay. So now I can pick my foreground, my background. I'll pick my background. I'll pick this. I'll pick the light blue. Okay. Now the foreground, no, it's already, I guess it defaults to black. So I would leave it there. I could leave it there. But if I wanted a different foreground, again, it's just picking from a palette. I like to keep it super simple. I'll say, okay. And here you are. So that's why I actually don't have to, you'll notice here, I don't have the name of the strategy in order to, to preserve even more space. I don't have to have the name of the strategy because I know that the momentum up is going to be color coded light blue. Okay, I know that. Now I'll do the same thing with the momentum down, right click, strategies, just keep hovering, momentum down, hover, colors. I can pick my background, pick yellow this time just to show you. The foreground is probably going to be black. I'll just say okay right here. This will tell you what it looks like. And if I'm happy with that, I don't want to change the foreground. So say okay, and here you go. Oh no. Yeah, info. Yes, you're right. Okay, I don't think I've lost it yet, PJ. And how to get rid of, well, these are just columns, okay? So you right click, so you want to get rid of, and you can add columns, of course. So now to add a column, and now the other thing is to give it a name. So now I right click, properties. This is not as intuitive as the other ones, okay? But so you right click, go to properties. Now the box pops up, window name. Now you can give it a name, whatever you want to call it. I call this one abnormal option activity, okay? But if you want to get rid of the column itself, right click, properties, columns. And here are your columns. So now I can pick and choose what I want to see. I can add, this is how I've done it here. But if I don't want to see strategy, I just hover over it and right click it over. So now it'll disappear. But these are just filters. Remember, all these are just filters. You're going to add whatever column you want as a filter header. Okay. Say okay and see how it's disappeared. Okay. So that's how you do it. And as always, don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. At the very, very least, file, exit, and it's going to ask you want to save your layout, yes or no. You can say yes at the very, very least. But good practice is always file, save or share to cloud. If you've got a layout you like, click entire layout, give it a name, and save it. I also save any individual scans that I've ever created. I also save them to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save. And the reason I do that, well, there's a few reasons to save everything to the cloud. Yeah, let's take a look at info right now. Okay, well, yeah, you're right. It is over 23 right now. What's the spread like? 23.10, 23.14, not bad. So one of the reasons to save everything to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm operating on a desktop computer right now, but I've got a couple of laptops, I've got a couple of tablets. Okay. So say I go out and buy a new laptop, all I have to do is download trade ideas and then file, load from cloud. And I can load, I've got several layouts here. Not that I use them all, but a lot of them are from the test drives, and I just pick the layout I want. So as long as you've saved it to the cloud, and the obvious reason is you don't have to recreate everything. The other thing is to save your individuals. Okay. Okay. You don't have to rely. Unbelievable. Um, where was I? Lost my train of thought. Oh, so you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas loaded or open one device at a time. Okay. You know that. Now, the other reason I save individual scans to the cloud, there are scans that I'm using right now that, maybe, I don't know, fall next week, 2 weeks from now, next month, maybe I don't like this one anymore. I don't like the alerts it's producing. So I retire it. I exit out. I don't, sorry, I don't exit. Well, I can exit from my layout, but I save it. But it's going to be in the cloud. Okay. Because who knows, maybe 6 months from now, I take a look at it and I go, wow, it's giving me some really good alerts again. So I bring it back. This is exactly what happened with my abnormal option activity. I used to use this all the time, probably for several years. And then I don't know, I started getting alerts. I didn't like them as much. And I retired it probably for, I don't know, could have been 3 years. And then at the beginning of this year, maybe one of the, I don't know, maybe February or March, I think it was William or a couple other people were saying, here's an alert I got from Barry's abnormal option activity scan. And I hadn't had it up and running for years. So I brought it back, I just brought it back from the cloud, took a look at it, ran it for a couple of days, said, yeah, I kind of like this again. So it became part of my layout again. So that's why I save everything to the cloud. When you do this test drive, anybody who's doing the test drive, if you want some of my scans or you create your own layout, save everything to the cloud. Because if at some point in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything is still there for you within reason. I say that I think maybe now we're kind of maybe purging after a year, maybe. So within reason. Actually, I should ask that question. Yeah, sure. I can do it again. So click on my homepage link, which is clickable right there. Yes, it's still clickable right there. So, and this is just general. I mean, if you want, not to you, Tim, but I mean, in general, if anybody wants to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. And all I ask is that at some point in the future, if you do decide to take out a subscription, either come into the room or you have maybe saved my homepage link and use the promo code. Okay. This will help the room immensely. It'll help to keep the room free. We want to keep the room free. And the way to do it is for when you if and when you decide to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. So Again, you're going to do the test drive, or if you take out a subscription, here's the getting started. So this will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, pay, and introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. At least do take a look at this. I mean, you should spend a little time over the weekend, not just you, Tim, but anybody else who is going to be taking the test drive, just at least to get yourself familiar with what Trade Ideas is all about. I know it's only $11.11, but people should try to take it seriously. I mean, this is a fantastic program, but I should also manage people's expectations a little bit. After 10 days, you're not going to be an expert in trade ideas. I've had the program since 2010. I still don't consider, I mean, I guess, okay, I'm an expert, but there's things I don't know. And that's because I don't care. I don't have to learn every single alert and filter. And that's why I have Pepe. What I don't know, I ask Pepe. So that's one thing. Now, if you're new to trading, also here's a series of videos, all free series of videos that a person can take a look at if you're new to trading. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I mean, it gets very basic. The first video is what is a stock? Okay, literally. But obviously, as you progress, it gets more and more complex. I do a stock of the day video right here. Trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can take it, and it is free. You can take a look at that. Now here again, here's the education section. This is the user guide. And I know I repeat myself all the time, but I don't want people to get blown away by this user guide thinking, how can I possibly learn this program if I have to learn everything? You don't have to, okay? If you want to just take a little more in detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is, maybe you want to find a little bit more about stock racing. I would also look at price alerts, how to easily put a price alert on a chart. But everything else, I mean, with time, you can pick things up. There's stuff in here I don't care about. Okay, so it's like any other software program with a manual, a lot of stuff you just don't have to know. Okay, and then the last are my scans. So my scans are here. So again, if you click on my homepage link, my scans, that's the middle section. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, and of course they will be available during the test drive. Anybody taking the test drive will have access to these scans. So in our toolbar now. I don't look at this because I'm not a swing trader, but yes, if you click on new and then dock channel bar and then swing picks. Okay, so there are 5 of them a week. How you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. They're laid out. You'll all you have to do again is go, and they're usually updated. I want to say Sunday night. Okay, I want to say Sunday night, but certainly by Monday morning if you look at them. And this is what you'll see. Level of interest 24.36 for Endeavor, stop 18. You can tell it's a swing pick because look at the size of the stop. Okay. Now, there is a $17 a month service that just delivers this, if that's all you want. But if you're a subscriber, either to our standard or certainly premium, this is available to you. Okay. So what does Trade Ideas offer? Well, we're fabulous at real-time alerts. Okay, so you have the ability, of course, to create your own scans depending on your trading style. The scans that I'm sharing meet my, the criteria of things I like to see, of course. May not be what you want, but so if I look at this alert window called momentum and I right click, configure, and I click on the summary. So this is an example of a scan I put together for me. So if the price is between just give me one moment, please. So this is the screening aspect. Okay, there are a lot of screening programs out there, but again, what we're really excellent at is real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is 3. That means it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. Let's call that 2 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so for instance, INFA is 9 times normal right now. Because, as an intraday trader, I'm always looking for the abnormalities, stocks that are trading abnormally. So here's the volume aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so at 157, you can see right here, 157 was the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Because right now it's 206. Okay. Now, you could take my scan, and of course, you can alter it if you want. Maybe you wanted a different price range, or get, a bigger change from the close. I mean, that's up to you. Different volume. If you get used to using trade ideas, you might take a look at, maybe you'll see a filter that you're used to and say, wow, I should add that filter. So that leads to the next step. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And again, don't get hung up on how many, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. So, excuse me, the top two ones, new high of the day, new low of the day, right at the top here. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Again, I'm not going to go over them all. And again, don't think you have to learn them all. The only reason, and then when I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that, with all sorts of different customers, different trading styles, when the company started over 20 years ago, they had to create enough of them so that the majority of customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So again, two things: don't get hung up on how much is in our guide, and don't get hung up on all these. I mean, if you looked at one of these filters that I don't know what it means, don't worry about it. You don't have to know what it means. Okay. It may not be anything that you care about with respect to your trading style. Good one, old Hogan's Heroes. Pepe. Okay, so that's sort of, in a nutshell. We also have these, if you click on new and then our doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. These are all theme-based channels. You can go through them. You'll see the type of scans that we've got in there. So what we try to do is, for those who don't want to build their own scans at all, by the way, I got bounced out of the Infa. Thanks a lot, PJ, for getting me into a loss of Infa. Of course, I'm kidding, PJ. See if it happens again, gets back up here. I am surprised. I thought maybe taking out that level would move it up, but it didn't. So I took a little loss on this one. As always, always have a stop. Well, that's the big thing that we're all about, real-time scanning, real-time alerts. No problem, Luca. Glad it worked out for you. Well, look at this through the 200-day moving average. Now, maybe, just maybe, this rely is starting to come into a bounce zone. Maybe, you've got some action right here at 18, and then, but if it doesn't, you've got all the way down to 17 before it hits another, perhaps an area of support. And you can practice trading. This is a simulator. Okay, this is a simulator. You don't even need a broker. You can practice trading using our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Yeah, the big difference is this. Okay, there are some other differences, but this is the big difference between standard and premium. This is what we call our AI, and it's going to deliver you. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert will be at 9:40, and it's all times Eastern. Nothing happens in the pre-market. So the earliest alert would be 9:40. You can see the earliest today was at 9:45. Basically, what this is all about is there are a number of AI strategies. Okay, they go through an optimization procedure once this market closes. Then in the evening, they go through an optimization procedure. I want to say there are about 50. I have no idea how many there are anymore. And so they go through this optimization procedure, and then based on the win percentage that comes out and the profit factor, out of the 50, only a few of them will actually make the cut out of the 50 strategies. These are the strategies that made the cut today. Okay. Now, there could have been others. I don't know what other ones. There could have been others, but just because a strategy makes a cut doesn't mean a symbol is actually going to come through. Is going to you'll get an alert on it. But this is what's happened today. To make it super simple, okay, I like to try to simplify, the whole procedure is that you just load this window before the market opens, and then you wait for the alerts to happen. You trade them as per a trading plan. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry. You have a stop. Then how you trade it will be up to you. Okay. Well, I mean, I use this like a watch list, Tim. I mean, I have my own style of trading. A lot of times the AI does not resemble my style of trading. I will say this is that during earnings season, which we're right in, if you look at most of these alerts, they're all except for I think NVAX, they're all earnings plays. So, I mean, I would say, we've got some really nice ones. These are 4%, 3%, but I know people want to try to auto trade. Complete recommendation not to. In fact, I think we're taking that possibility. Certainly for the test drive, there will be no auto trading. But it's like anything else. You might see something that makes sense to you. The big deal is you don't have to. There's nothing for you to do. In other words, you don't have to set up anything. You don't have to, create a strategy. It's just going to be presented to you, and how you trade it will be up to you. Okay. And we have a lot of companies next week. We've had 1,000 this week releasing earnings. We'll have 1,000 next week, and probably so for the 2 weeks of the test drive. This is great because it'll really show you what trade it is all about. I mean, with all the excitement of all these companies releasing earnings, and notice I'm not talking about Apple or Microsoft or all the big guys. I mean, OGN. Ever heard of OGN before? Okay. And look at this, OGN earnings play down 13%, all-time low now. Okay. These are the ones, these are the ones that I like, the ones that kind of fly under the radar. But once every 3 months when they release earnings, one of two things usually happens. Either a big run. Look. Actually, I did my video today on Roku. I think Roku is a great example, especially if you look at the weekly chart. So, Roku, the last time Roku released earnings was this week. Okay, the week of July 31st. And look what it did. It almost got through 100. This is again this if I went to the day, this is probably even what it did on the day. I know this is a weekly chart, but it just fell and fell and went actually negative. And afterwards, it kind of chopped around, and then, granted, with the rest of the market, it did this. And look what it did today on earnings. Okay, so you cannot look back and say, "Well, last time Roku had earnings, it was terrible." I bet it's going to be bad. Especially look ahead of time. Nobody is betting that they're going to be good, but look what happened. And a lot of that, of course, is due to the market. But my guess is that maybe it wouldn't have been up 31% if the market wasn't doing this, but it might have been up 15% or 20%. Certainly the market has helped. People are a little more excited about going long things. But my guess is that we would have had a good earnings result regardless of this market today. So that's why now Roku is a name. I don't, it's not the greatest of example in that. I mean, people know Roku. Most people know, I've heard of Roku. But what I love are these what I call the second, third, fourth tier companies that release earnings that most people have never heard of. Yeah, well, Trade It is awesome for stuff like that, Tim. Awesome. I mean, TPST back in the day, a couple of weeks ago. You want to find the TPSTs, you know, Trader Ideas was all over this one. What day was that? That was October 11th, and then even this day and then this day. And who knows if it ever comes back, you'll know about it because again, it's the relative volume filter that we've got that is really, really awesome. It right now there's no reason to trade. Look at it, half at point 0.5. I mean, it's only trading about half of what it normally has done over the last 10 days. Now, a lot of that, of course, is skewed because of the day it had here. Still trading 1.6 million, but in relation to this day, it's nothing. But I recognize all those, the SLNO, the AVGR, and if you're into the SPACs, I mean, this was a SPAC earlier. No, it's not here. I think it was in the pre-market. Some SPAC went up to about $30 and then came right back down. Was it ENGN? This was yes. Oh yeah, this was the one. So I mean, this this became ENGN yesterday. This was a SPAC, became ENGN yesterday. Yes, it got up to 43 market hours, but look what happened this morning. Got up to 40. So you want wild things, you definitely can find them with Trade Ideas. And all of these scans, this momentum scan will more than likely catch things like that. TPST probably doesn't trade options, so it would never show up here. Oh, I'm intraday, almost 100%. I don't trade options at all. The reason we call this abnormal option activity is that, again, as an intraday trader, I'm wanting to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Probably the best way still is the relative volume. Anything trading, 11 times normal, well, you got to watch that. You got to see it. But this now is also looking for abnormal option activity. So you look at Rely, doesn't trade options that much, only 1,000 contracts a day, but that's 3.4 times normal. Okay, so coupled with the volume and option volume abnormality, that helps you zero in on stocks that are really interested. Yeah, yeah, I don't trade futures at all. I'm just stocks, stocks. That's it. All right. This is the interior design class. Yeah, and again, Tim, do yourself a favor, at least go through the getting started, okay? That you don't maybe have to look at all 10 videos, but I mean, it's only going to be 30 minutes. The other thing you can do is save my homepage link because once you have the program, you can take a look at some scans if you want, the scans that I am sharing. So don't forget to save my homepage link, save that link, and then here are my scans, and you can take a look at them. I mean, they may not all be what you want to see, but you can take a look at them, and then you can maybe say, okay, maybe I'll take a look at this for a couple of days, see if I like them. You don't have to load them all. I would certainly probably look at these two though, the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. It obviously can show me the stocks that are active up and down, gapping up or gapping down. And the room is open. Actually, the main room, which you're in, is open probably around 7:30 Eastern time, certainly by 8 o'clock. I don't get on the mic though until 9. Okay. And I start sharing my screen maybe about 8:45 or so. And then I get on the mic at about 9. But you can come into the room earlier and there'll be people in there. You can swap ideas. And this is the format again between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday. All right, guys, 2:22. So I've already gone over my homepage. The only other thing I will put in the test drive link again. Okay, so I just put the test drive link in, and this is what you're going to see. So again, the test drive starts officially on November 6th. That's Monday. It runs through the 20th. That is 10 trading days. You'll have access to the program though. Give it about an hour after the market closes tomorrow, and that's what I'm saying. Then you can take the program, play around with it over the weekend, the balance of Friday if you wish. Okay, so you come somewhat prepared Monday morning. Maybe even create your own little layout. It will cost $11.11. And this is a 10-day run between these two dates. So if you cannot start on the 6th, say you can start on the 7th, you will only get 9 days. It still will cost the $11.11. Okay. Just want to be completely upfront about that. People get the misconception that whenever they start, they're going to get 10 days. No, this is a set time period. We gear all our support, for this. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also take advantage of it. It costs you 11.11, so we'll bump you up to premium for those 10 days. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You do not have to unsubscribe from anything. And please listen carefully. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? We don't put you into a subscription. Now, if you cannot start on the 6th, but you can start on the 7th or the 8th or the 9th, you can still you don't have to commit to the 6th. You can in fact, I think it says, yeah, if you sign up by Friday, next not so a week from today or tomorrow, you can still have access till the 20th, okay? You're just not going to get the full 10 days. But it's only $11.11. So, okay? Now, we've only been doing this about 3 times a year now, so good opportunity to try it. Hi there in our YouTube room, Adil. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so you cannot, if you are okay, if you're gonna take the test drive, I'm gonna just talk in general. If you're gonna take the test drive, auto trading is not available, okay? There's no auto trading. We do not. Now, if you become a subscriber and you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade, go for it. You can do it. I mean, somebody asked the difference between our premium and standard service. That is another difference. I mean, I don't auto trade. I don't recommend it, but I mean, if you're comfortable by auto trading your own strategy, we do have what we call a back tester. Back test your strategy, so you can back test it. You can back test it for 3 months. And if you like what you see and you're comfortable auto trading it, I mean, we can't stop you, I guess. But there is no auto, but we do not recommend. And I think we're basically not allowing people to auto trade the AI. So the answer to your question, Adil K, yes, we still have the auto trading, but not during the test drive. But yeah, if you become a subscriber, you need our premium service, and then you could auto trade your own strategy. Now, the other thing is everything I've been talking about is predicated on the fact that you're using our downloadable application. Okay, if you're using the web-based version of Trade Ideas, then this is not available. Number one, so you cannot practice trading. Okay, and there is no, of course, no auto trading at all with the web-based version. You have access to the AI and all. You have access to all my scans and any other scan, but you will not have this. If you want to practice trading, you will not be able to use this. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. Look at Shake Shack. Wow, Shake Shack. I mean, again, we had some wild action today, guys, and some of these earnings plays. Shake Shack was way up at one point. It got up to 60, maybe even higher. Pre-market, it got to almost $63. Closed yesterday at 57. So that looked really awesome. Big earnings play, looked good. Market opens, splat. So you can. This is what our web-based version looks like. Okay. Hopefully, I can load it. Okay, so this is what the web-based version looks like. You still have all these channels here. If you wanted my scans, you can load them. It just looks a little bit different, of course. You don't have the same toolbar, but this is what it looks like. It's all real time. Okay. So I click on an alert, and of course you can set up your own layout with charts that you want and all. But you don't have access to. You cannot practice trading because you don't have this. But you do have the AI. Here's the AI right here. Okay. Yeah, we just found it wasn't working a Dill. Okay, the best way to use our AI is a combination of man and machine. You get, the machine will give you the alerts, and then have some trading experience, and you can, and then trade them. But just to fully automate, no, not the way to go. There's too much involved. Okay, Sandy. So you can use. So this is what it would look like. I mean, if you only have one monitor, it's not the end of the world. It's not bad. I have 3 monitors, so the beautiful thing about, our well, beautiful thing, I can take a window and move it to another monitor very simply. Can't do that with the web-based version. Okay? So if you're asking me personally, Tim, so with this window here, you can actually trade if you want to. You can trade from within Trade Ideas. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, I guess Alpaca is brand new, but Interactive Brokers and E-Trade and Alpaca. Okay, so if you have one of those three, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, and I don't. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. I'm not going to. Typically, what I do is I use this window to demonstrate simulation trading, paper trading. So I'm not going to flip back and forth. But I'll be honest, I've been using Interactive Brokers for now, what did I say, 8 years now, 7, 8 years. And I trade from within that platform. I mean, I'm not in, typically shoot, I wanted to get this on that 18 break. Give me a moment. Typically, I'm in no more than 2 trades at a time. So, I find it just as easy to manage my trades from within Interactive Brokers. Maybe if I were in, 5 or 6 at a time, maybe this might be easier. I don't know. But I mean, I'm just so used to using Interactive Brokers. Now, I should also say, it doesn't if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account or Alpaca, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. First and foremost, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? Number 1. But what we do is we have this external linking tool. External linking, okay? And what that allows you to do for many of the brokers and platforms is to set up a link so that when you click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it loads into your order entry with whatever broker you're using. So why is that important? I mean, if you're like me, I'm clicking on, quite a few alerts all day long. And so it just, it would be a pain if I had to type this in to my order entry every time I get an alert. So it's a time saver. That's all it is. But I mean, if for whatever reason our program doesn't link to your platform, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you're going to have to type it in. And if you're not, if you're not looking at too many symbols all day long, again, that's not the end of the world. So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use this. Mhm. Well, that's back in January of 2021. Their YouTube room. I started using Trade Ideas. The good old days when GME went through the roof. Yeah, January of 2021, almost 3 years ago. Yeah. So Matt's saying I like the one-click ordering and auto stops being set to keep the losses low using Brokerage Plus. Sure. Well, and this window that we call Brokerage Plus does not link with Thinkorswim either, but you can create a link between getting the symbol loaded into the platform. But if you are thinking of changing, I mean, I don't work for interactive brokers, but I wouldn't be using them unless I like them. But it's not pretty. They don't have pretty charts. The platform itself is not pretty. But again, I don't care. Well, okay, Sandy, tomorrow, about an hour after the market closes, I should have mentioned this when you sign up for the test drive right now, you won't have any data until, well, you'll be able to use the program about an hour after the market closes tomorrow, okay? And then over the course of the weekend, and then the test drive truly starts on Monday. So yeah, if you're trying to do something right now, no. See, and I just don't find it technical at all. But then again, I haven't made a change in it in 7 years. I had only one occasion I had to phone them. But but I have a very, I guess, simple need. I guess I just want to see my order entry, and that's it. No, I have other things. I mean, I've got my time and sales, interactive brokers. I've got this little window that tells me how many shares are available to short. But I mean, I haven't changed anything in 7 years, over 7 years. Well, then you should be ashamed of yourself, Tim. You're a techie guy and you found it too technical. I'm mildly technical. I know my way around most of the things, but when I don't, I just ask Pepe. All right, guys, we are getting close to the end of my day here. Again, good time to ask questions if you have any. Even this one, PHAT, which I did not think would be available to short at Interactive Brokers, but it is. A lot of shares available. Well, before you get hit by the bus tomorrow, just clone yourself, please, and make sure you when you clone yourself, put them in right now in case you do get hit by the bus, okay? Thank you very much. What is the typical holding time between, buy and sell? Um, yeah, I mean, that's a very difficult question to answer. I mean, I mean, I've held some trades, for hours. I've held some trades for 5 minutes, not because I think I was gonna hold them for 5 minutes, but maybe it didn't trade didn't, work out the way I wanted it to, so I got out of the trade. So I really don't have an answer for that. Okay, guys. Well, I don't the consensus is I mean, I don't trade Apple, but, and don't make any, I don't make any, recommendations, of course, one way or the other on what to do. I never trade earnings, never, never, never. I just wait, for it to happen. So tomorrow we'll know. I mean, they release earnings after hours. Tomorrow we'll see. But I don't know. I have to admit, I don't know if I've ever traded Apple. This should be a wild one, though. CVNA. Okay, CVNA has earnings after hours today. It should be a wild one. You mean look at the move it's made. So you can bet there are a lot of people who are thinking whatever they come out with, it's going to be okay. I'm not saying people are going to hold necessarily, but I don't know if they had any other news today. IEP, wow, yeah, that's that crazy one that I couldn't short. I got some kind of a pop-up because I'm in Canada, I guess, some kind of a tax issue or tax deal. Yeah, November 3rd pre-market. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. My goodness, just absolute collapse. So even if I told you they are absolutely true, the iPhones are absolutely heating up. 10% of them are heating up, and people have to throw them away and get a new one. Would you still short it? Even if I told you that's what it was going to say. Well, we're playing the pretend game though, William. But my point was this, is that even if you showed me, what looked like devastating news for any company, it doesn't absolutely mean that what you think should happen is going to happen. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link, sorry, the trading room link. So people know there are actually two trading rooms there I moderate. There's the YouTube room, and then there's what I call the main room. YouTube is easier to get into, just not as active, not as many. I'm sorry, not as many traders in there, not as much interaction. So I'm putting the main room in, the link for the main room in to our YouTube room, in case anybody who's in YouTube does want to head over to the main room at 3 o'clock when I take off. The room will still be open. William will still keep the room open until 4:15 Eastern time, of course. Well, Adil, if you're still in the YouTube room, you said you started using Trade Ideas when you were offering an AI which was fully auto trading on your behalf. Did you do it? Did you actually use the AI and have it trade on your behalf completely? If you're still in the room and still in the YouTube room. What a day, guys, in this market. I mean, we had absolutely, what time is it? 2:47. We've had really the only time that it looked maybe a little ominous was at 11 o'clock, and then that 11:15 candle. We had two pretty big red candles, but that 11:15 candle, the buyer stepped in, closed it here, and since then, nothing. Truly amazing day. All right, here's a cheap one. I wonder what it did. Yeah, not much. So one of the things you can do with trade ideas is what I like to do is you'll notice right here I've got something called DR. DR stands for don't repeat. I am sharing all of these. So this allows me then to go back in time and say, okay, I had an alert for PHAT at 139. The price was 822. What did it do from there? Okay, I can tell, I can look over here, I can see, well, it did get down to 776, which would have been awesome from 822. Or I could just click on the alert, PHAT, and then this arrow here just tells me the candle, depending on what time frame I'm looking at, the candle in which the alert happened. And I can kind of say, okay, what did it do from there? Well, I can tell right off the bat it went down, right? So this is why I like the don't repeat. So this is a feature. You can have it don't repeat for various time frames. So I can say, well, don't repeat. So for instance, let's say a stock is really ripping, and you would see it over and over and over and over again every time it made a new high. So you might say, well, you know what? I don't want to see it every time. So, only let it repeat every minute or 5 minutes, 15. You have your selection. In this particular case over here, I like to do for a day. So I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? The same thing with now, where there are a lot in this. This is never this full, and it's only because I'll bet you 90% of these are all earnings plays. But this is usually, I mean, when we're outside of earnings plays, we may only get 5 or 6 in this one. But again, it's the same principle. I can go back in time and say, okay, at 9:49, lemonade, LMND, price was 14.89. Where did it get to? Okay, so there was you can see that blue arrow right there. So it got before it pulled back, it got up to 1538, pulled back, got up to 1564, pulled back, and now it's on the move again. So a lot of times what happens is just because I get a little distracted doing other things, I can always go back in here and say, like, has this moved from the original alert? Maybe there's still time for me. Man, is this a blast from the past price? Is that the old price? Just popping in to let us know about Apple? All right, guys. So, we were talking earlier, or somebody asked earlier, I mean, about swing trading and all. Well, so, excuse me, this is certainly, and I'm not telling anybody to swing trade this, but, when you look at this lemonade, fell for the last several months, like a lot of stocks, having its day. Look at this day it's having, up 41%. And then when you look left on the weekly chart, 1719, still has a little bit of room. So you could say to yourself, well, maybe I'll swing this. Closes well, maybe I'll swing it. I'm not saying to do it, but obviously it's through the 200-day moving average. And again, with swinging, you also have to have a stop. Where you're going to get out if it's not working. But this is a classic one. I mean, how many people have heard of lemonade? Seriously. I'm not going to go on to CNBC and hear them talk about lemonade, more than likely. I think Chef is an earnings play, CHEF. Probably hard pressed to find anything that is not an earnings play. Ooh, what happened here? Okay. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Okay. November 1 pre-market. So this is second day continuation after earnings. This is what I'm trying to actually set up, guys. I'm going to try to figure out a way so I can. I mean, I have an idea. So if a stock closes well, like this one did yesterday, probably a good idea to follow it the next day. Especially, I probably have to look at bigger time frames instead of like the daily chart. But if you look at a weekly chart, this still had room. 2454 is the next high looking left. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. As I'm back. So, are there any last minute questions before I take off? Chef? Well, it depends. I mean, it's still trading three times normal. So, I mean, I look at that as being, I mean, obviously, you don't want some stock that's trading 10,000 shares and that happens to be three times normal. Um, but it did a big day yesterday. Okay. So it did a big day yesterday. And, you know, if I had seen this today, I probably would have traded it. I just didn't seeing it now, but I didn't see it early. What I plan to do is make a list of the earnings plays that closed well. So no, it wouldn't completely concern me. All right, guys, I think that's about it. I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys. Well, thanks a lot again for all the help today. I'll put myself on mute and the screen sharing will disappear. And we'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock, sharing my screen. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll do the same now with you guys.